was frightened, sweat. He didn't know what to answer. He was in foreign country. He took the courage and he said, yes. And nothing happened. He continued to drink the tea. So he got the courage, was encouraged. So he also asked, do you Muslims believe that we Christians will go to heaven? And they answered, yes. It's great interfaith and culture dialogue, right? It's okay to disagree profoundly, but to do so it's great to drink together and speak together like we are today. Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmed Taib, and Pope Francis signed entitled Document on Human Fraternity. The document calls on leaders of the world to work together, I quote, spread the culture of tolerance and intervene at the earliest opportunity to stop the shedding of innocent blood and bring an end to wars, conflicts, environmental decay, and moral and cultural decline that the world. I would like just to remind you this document on human fraternity was issued in February 2019. Since then, the landscape has got worse, not better. February 22, the Russian war against Ukraine has started. October 7, the UN massive response. The level of Islamophobia and the level of anti-Semitism misuse of AI. According to the EU Agency for October, discrimination in everyday life. We have a duty to ensure the respect of others. Every corner. It's my freedom of alliance that and today as one of regarding the anti-Muslim. Let's quote short piece. Lives free we physical online against Muslim communities while working to protect members of these groups from violent attacks. Please let me finish with the beloved author, from the 13th century, poet Jalal ad-Din Muhammad Rumi. And I will try to quote him in Arabic. There is a real for attention. Now, for conference. would like to invite my dear friend, Mohammed Saad Abdul Mohammed, to the invocation. أعوذ بالله لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم وإن تبدوا أخفوه يحاسبكم ويعذب من يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما كسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. Thank you very much. To the chair of first panel, Ms. Windsor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Miles Windsor. I work for an Religious Freedom Institute, and I also have the privilege of serving acknowledge by division and hatred. There is no more important conversation than building peace and countering it. It's a conversation that must It is written, "And the servants of the most merciful are those who walk upon the earth humbly, and when the ignorant address them harshly, they say peace." I am pleased to introduce speakers to embody this vision of peace-seeking, this peace-building ethic. I have the great honor to welcome the first of our speakers, Mr. Edward Hulisius, representing our hosts, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs for the Czech government. Hulisius has a prodigious knowledge of Europe and its institutions, a knowledge not only from the Academy degrees in international politics and in European studies, but also from first-hand experience working with members of the European Parliament and the Vice President of the European Commission. Mr. Hulisius is one of the most active deputy ministers on matters of religion and interfaith dialogue. Please welcome him to the lectern.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, it's a great privilege to stand at the opening of this important conference. And on behalf of the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you who have gathered here from various parts of the world. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to a common goal, promoting understanding, respect, and cooperation across the rich tapestry of beliefs and cultures that differ. Today, our gathering need at least has opened political ideologies and remind us that peace and stability and they require our commitment. The incidents reveal fractures and divisions within our societies that cannot be. We all share it's vital peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the goals of this conference are clear and essential. First, you gather to explore the concept of freedom of religion or belief as a cornerstone for peace. This freedom, fundamental to all our societies, helps us counteract radical ideologies, strengthen tolerance, and cultivate a climate of respect. By advancing these ideals, fundamental and create space for open-hearted dialogue. To confront the reality of prejudices and discrimination, we are here not only to address the roots of it, but also to identify practical, effective strategies for reducing and ultimately ending the harmful practices of hatred and prejudice. This can happen only through inclusive policies, community engagement, and educational initiatives. This can help to build a society where every individual, regardless of belief, feels respected, safe, and valued. These are words to say and difficult actions to uptake, and I believe we should be discussing this as well. Lastly, the conference seeks to underscore the power of intercultural and interfaith dialogue in building peace and fostering reconciliation. Used to not just them, but also very often. Dialogue does more than exchange words. Dialogues, we should recognize our shared values that unite us, that bind us, and appreciate the differences, things that don't unite and divide us, but make our space vibrant and resilient. In times of crisis or polycrisis that we are in since few years, these connections are essential to support solidarity and resilience. The crisis must be informed by respect and empathy, by our general commitment to find common ground. I will also quote a Czech author, Milan Kundera, but don't worry, not in Czech. Milan Kundera reflected, "The struggle of men against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting." So, ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that our diverse cultures and beliefs are a source of strength, not division. Thank you all for being here, for coming to Prague, or as we attempt to say, heart of Europe. I look forward to following your discussions and collaborative efforts to follow, and I wish you success in their execution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Our next speaker is a message of peace throughout the world. His family name is synonymous with peace and interfaith harmony. The son of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayan, the preeminent authority on Islamic legal philosophy and a powerful voice, teaching the illegitimacy of violent extremism in Islam. His Excellency Sheikh Al-Mahfoud bin Bayan is a dynamic, remarkable leader in his position as the Secretary General of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. For over 20 years, he also served under the United Arab Emirates Minister of Foreign Affairs. A seasoned diplomat, Sheikh Al-Mahfoud has been instrumental in establishing the Forum's flagship programs, including the Marrakesh Declaration, the New Alliance of Virtue, and the Charter for Inclusive Citizenship in Arab countries. In the aftermath of 9/11, Sheikh Al-Mahfoud joined the first group of religious leaders to meet President Bush at the White House, after which he participated in several international training programs and conferences focused on countering violent extremism. He also played a pivotal role in the formative years of the establishment of Zaytuna College, the first accredited Muslim liberal arts college in the US. Please welcome His Excellency Sheikh Al-Mahfoud bin Bayan.
Thank you, Your Excellency, my friend and Honorable Ambassador Roberto Hahn, for inviting me. Thank you, friends and the seekers of peace. I thank you again for inviting me to come to this beautiful city, and I'm praying it's going to be more often to come here to thank Lawfire about for peace instead of justifying for wars and unjust ones. And the United Arab Emirates, our narrative in peace is not merely a goals we inspire to. It's the natural state in which human should live. Based on this firm, the religion are not merely a spiritual system, but is effective force aimed to establish the foundation of mercy and justice. I think we're all here today prisoners of hope. A prisoner of hope, it's when you have a bad day and you're looking for a better day. Is that a hope? When we heard people talking about they're always trying to connect the haters to religion, the foundation and the texts of religion, it's calling for peace, coexistence, and building care about your neighbors. All of these, we just are reminders, we're not controllers. So God told us in the Quran, you are a reminder to the prophets. So the religion, they should protect their religion to be abused and used for bad goals. And we can talk about stories. In 1999, when I came to Don't Lose Hope, to California, I was in Silicon Valley. And that was the end of 1999 when people talking about the problem of Y2K and the possibility of all those nuclear bombs, to explode. So a lot of my friends, they said, okay, we're going to the secret land. Some of them, they went to Jerusalem, some went to Medina and Mecca. And I just came. So I can't leave California. I have no hope to leave. But I have hope to stay and nothing gonna happen. So that's what happened. I stayed. And 24 years later, I'm here speaking and still alive. So a few months ago, people started talking about nuclear war. And they said the Americans, they have 60,000 missiles, and the Russians, they have 60,000 missiles. They might go to war. So I was putting my son to sleep and talking to him about the possibility, and to watch a document talking about this. And he said, Dad, so this maybe is gonna happen, so why I need to go to school? I said to him, oh, that is exactly, you need to be a prisoner of hope. So we have nothing except hope. But in the United Arab Emirates, we're working hard. In the region, we have our own revolution in the concept of peace and coexistence. We are not just saying it as a words, but we're practicing it. Our leaders, the founder father, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan, he founded that country in coexistence and respect for minorities, for what they believe in or what they don't believe in, to live freely in that country. And his sons, they're following his steps. Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed always reminding us, seeking peace is not a job. Seeking peace, it's a mission from cradle to the grave. So you have to understand, seeking peace is not a job, it's obligation. Seeking peace, as those they have right to speak freely in public about what they believe in as a religion, we have right to speak in it. So please, let's all work together from this beautiful city, and let's have constantly meetings here to be away from problems and to think how to unite our voices. I will ask you something to think about. I didn't prepare well for this speech, but Islamophobia, it has to be with the hate of Arabs, because I have a friend, he's a Christian from Lebanon, and he's being abused and beaten up somewhere in Europe because he's just Arab. So it's not about Islam, it's about even Arabs. So in America now, when they have the declaration about the document of Islamophobia, they added what was declared and Arab hates. So please try to add that to wherever declaration is going to come out from here. And thank you again for inviting me, and our call to meet in a common world among the belief in the dignity of a human and the right to live in peace. Thank you very much.
Today. Is that working now? Excellent. Thank you, Alistair. Ms. Mara Mercer has served as at large for religious freedom and Deputy Director of the Office of International Religious Freedom at the U.S. State Department since 1991. She has 20 years of experience in communications and human rights. Previous roles in the office have included Unit Chief for Near East Affairs, Unit Chief for East Asia Pacific, Deputy Coordinator for the Ministerial to Advance Religious Freedom, and Senior Advisor for Atrocity Prevention. We are fortunate and delighted to have Ms. Mercer in the Ambassador's stead. Please welcome her.
Thank you, Miles. Good morning. It was an honor to be with you here today, and a huge level of thanks to Ambassador Jehak and his team for organizing this, and for the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs for taking this issue quite seriously and bringing us all together to contemplate how we can do more effectively. As Miles indicated, my office leads our nation's efforts to promote international religious freedom of belief all around the world. U.S. efforts to advance international religious freedom are firmly rooted in this knowledge. Countries that actively safeguard this and other human rights are more peaceful, stable, and prosperous. Global partners do not. Nations can never achieve their fullest potential when some are excluded from education, healthcare, jobs, and other essentials on account of their innermost beliefs or how they choose to manifest those beliefs. Monitoring and combating anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia are crucial parts of our work. We do this by first documenting cases of violence and discrimination against Muslims around the world in our annual International Religious Freedom Report. We speak out publicly about the violations that we see. We speak up for victims and survivors. We condemn persecution or discrimination against Muslims when we see it. And we engage other governments on how to better protect the rights of Muslims and all individuals around the world. We also work with and seek to empower civil society to address the drivers of these issues. We see examples of anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia all across the globe. For example, in Afghanistan, the Taliban has tortured and forcibly evicted Hazara Shia Muslims, as well as banned Shia religious teachings in schools and forcibly prevented Shia Muslims from carrying out their religious rituals. In the People's Republic of China, where the government is committing crimes against humanity and genocide against predominantly Muslim Uyghurs, laws label the free exercise of religion as extremism. It bans long beards, full face coverings, and religious dress. Just last week, an arson attack at a mosque in Auckland, New Zealand, fortunately had all survived, but it evoked the terrible memories of horrific shootings in Christchurch in 2019. In the United States, we've also seen acts of violence and hate directed against Muslims. Last month, a man brutally attacked a 7-year-old girl and her grandmother wearing a hijab in a park outside of Detroit, seemingly targeted for their Muslim faith. But the seeds of this violence are sown in the day-to-day discrimination, hatred, and persecution Muslims also face. Across Europe, there's been a significant rise in the amount of hate speech and violence targeted against Muslim and Arab individuals. Just last month, the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights found in its latest report that 1 in 2 Muslims in the EU, and the number of reported incidents around the world has risen significantly since Hamas's horrific attack against Israel on October 7, 2023. And in the wake of the devastating human suffering in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and Israel that we have all witnessed to this day. Those events have fueled a frightening increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitic incidents. But let's be clear that these frequently connected forms of hatred were widespread and deeply concerning long before last year. These challenges demand sustained commitment from all of us who are unwilling to accept hatred and intolerance as a status quo. We have to find more effective ways to fight back, to challenge repressive laws and policies, to build coalitions across religious and ethnic divides, to combat discrimination and demand rights, and to promote shared values of human dignity, mutual respect, and peace. With that in mind, the United States has been working on a national strategy to combat Islamophobia and hatred against Arabs. This national strategy is not just a whole-of-government effort, it's a whole-of-society effort. One of the aims is to create lasting and meaningful relationships between government agencies and law enforcement and religious organizations, civil society partners, and local community leaders. We're also working with others in the Article 18 Alliance and beyond to capture efforts across the globe in an action plan focused on 8 key areas and ways to collectively combat Islamophobia and other forms of hatred. These include building collaborative networks and mechanisms to identify tension, outreach training, discussing and addressing root causes of discrimination, speaking out on this issue, criminalizing incitement to imminent violence, education to combat negative stereotyping, and open debate and interfaith dialogue. It's our duty and our responsibility as leaders and members of our communities to stand up in the face of such challenges and to work for solutions. And that's exactly what we're doing here today with the Intercultural and Interfaith Dialogue Conference. The panelists that we'll hear from today are bridge builders and problem solvers. They will share incredible insights on how anti-Muslim hatred infringes on the right to freedom of religion or belief. They recognize that the consequences of policies and actions born of this hatred stunt the development of safe, inclusive, and equitable societies, and I look forward to hearing their thoughts and ideas. We have to come together to build a more peaceful and just world free of Islamophobia. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the sections from here and cut back my introductions. There is much I would say to commend our next speaker to you all, this remarkable lady, Ms. Nadine Menza. Suffice to say, she is the president of the Secretariat, an international organization focused on building the infrastructure to support the religious freedom movement globally. She also serves as a global fellow at the Wilson Center. Ms. Menza served 2 terms as a commissioner in the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, USIF, including 1 term as chair. She serves as chair of the board of directors for the Institute for Global Engagement and is on the board of the Sinjar Academy and Freedom Research Foundation. Ms. Menza.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the generous introduction, and good morning, and thank you all for joining us. Thank you, of course, to the and a special thank you to Ambassador Robert Rehak for hosting us today, and also for the incredible leadership as chair of the 18 Alliance. What he's been able to do is create an environment where government officials and society can work collaboratively together, and we're stronger working together, so thank you for that. And I know I speak for our chairman, Greg Mitchell, the entire Secretariat team, as well as our co-conveners in giving you our gratitude. And we're also privileged to work closely with our Secretariat with our own government, and we're so glad to have Mariah Mitchell here. Thank you for always being a phone call away on the many topics that we work together on. If you've been paying any attention, you know that those of us from the U.S. had kind of an newsworthy week, and it's been very interesting. Religious freedom is bipartisan, and we have bipartisan support for who's been a in the entire office. And we also worked with Ambassador Sam Brownback beforehand. And remember, the last Trump administration brought us the Article 18 Alliance, then called the International Religious Freedom Alliance. I can finally say it. Also 2 ministerials. So, of course, we look forward to working with the new administration as well, and want us to put the mark of being those prisoners of hope that we are. As we begin our day together, I wanted to briefly share my experience having just returned from Northeast Syria just a few weeks ago. I was honored to be able to speak at a special event commemorating the 7-year anniversary of the liberation of Raqqa from ISIS. Raqqa used to be the headquarters of the ISIS Caliphate, but now is the headquarters of an autonomous government that has among the best religious freedom conditions in the region. And during this visit, I was able to meet with tribal leaders, government officials, women's groups, various religious communities, and all of them I was asking about how conditions are. Is there extremism rising? Do they have fears? What's going on if they meet somebody that is against their religion? And what I found consistently was extremism is continuing to decline there, despite being in a civil war, declining economic conditions, continued attacks from their neighbors. ISIS is still a threat, but it's from outside their community, not coming in from inside like it was before. I also learned during this visit that they don't have an office or a ministry that deals with fighting extremism. Instead, it's an integrated every level of government for the 3.5 million people that they govern. What is their secret? It's radical inclusiveness. They have been very deliberate in building an inclusive society where everyone has a seat at the table. They overrepresent minorities, both ethnic and religious minorities, with half the leaders being women. They hold regular public meetings on various subjects where every person who attends has the opportunity to use the microphone. They have multiple economic co-ops where anyone can join and be able to make a living. You know, one thing we've learned at the Earth Secretariat with the roundtables we have in over 30 countries and all the partners we work with on the ground is that every country, every society has different circumstances, different challenges, and ultimately a different journey. But there are some best practices and much we can learn from each other. So as I look at the speakers and the panelists we have for this excellent program today, I have no doubt we will all leave with new insight from those of you doing the hard work of fighting radicalism, fighting hatred, and working to build long-term peace and stability. So thanks again for joining, and I'm really excited to learn from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Our final speaker for this session is a highly distinguished academic who's been serving as the director of the Institute of International Relations here in Prague since May last year. Dr. Mats Braun is dedicated in his research to the topics of regional integration in the European Union, global environmental politics, and Central and Eastern Europe. Please welcome Dr. Mats Braun to speak for us.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Deputy Minister. Thank you all very much for coming to this conference this morning. I would also like to express, on behalf of my institute, the Institute of International Relations, Prague, my gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the great cooperation on this event, in particular, Mr. Ambassador Rehak. This is a conference on intercultural, interfaith dialogue. And it's, of course, of crucial importance to stress the word dialogue in a time characterized by increased polarization, conflicts between states, but also within states. The title of the conference speaks about dialogue as a way to counter Islamophobia and radical ideologies. I would like to mention one more term, which is a crucial obstacle to dialogue in our times, and that is that of populism. Populism is not always linked to radical ideologies. Within political science, we often speak of the concept centrist populism, that is, populism without radicalism. Is then this kind of populism a problem for dialogue? My key point here, before we will continue with the remaining panels of this conference, is that populism is an obstacle, even if it's centrist, to the concept of dialogue. And populism is not an attribute of a few people. It's very easy to get the impression when you coverage that it's about getting a few bad guys out of office in different places in the world, but populism is rather a strategy of gaining power by dividing societies. And what makes it problematic for dialogue is that populism is an attempt to speak on behalf of a general people, what is referred to as a small group of the general people, against the other, often described as a corrupt elite, but can as well, and often include then, religious minorities, other minorities in society. And for that reason, populism, in whichever shape it comes, also the centrist populism, tends to be anti-pluralist. And that is why it is a challenge and a difficulty for us if we want to promote the concept of dialogue. this was my brief remark for today. Again, thank you all for coming to this. I look forward very much to listening to the many distinguished speakers we have in the 3 different panels of today's conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Braun. We'll move promptly to our next session, how FoRB can help over. First, please once more give a round of applause for our speakers.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're just going to get our next panel in place. My name's David Burrows. I'm not the chair, indeed I'm the advisor to the Article 18 Alliance. It's a great pleasure to be able to chair the next panel, invite the panelists to take their seats. And this panel will be it's going to be an engaging panel. I'll be welcoming your questions, which you can already start thinking about, looking very much at can freedom of religion or belief overcome radical ideologies. We're going to be looking at the critical role of freedom of religion or belief. We're looking at how it can be used to foster that environment of tolerance and respect, to look at best practice examples, and you'll probably have those yourself. How we can prevent radicalization and ensure freedom of expression for all affiliations. Our wonderful panel that we have here, we have firstly, on my right, we have Thomas Halleck, who's a professor of sociology. For you, we have Abu, who's the director of the TEL MAMA, which is the acronym for Measuring Anti-Muslim Attacks project in the UK, as well as leading interfaith resolution and anti-extremism and discrimination programs in the Middle East and the UK. And we also have Tasnim, director of the Institut de Promotion de Formation sur l'Islam, excuse my French, who is a training and our director of that global work, which is one to many of the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers, and also USERF Commissioner in the United States, as well as much more we'll see in the bio. So the first question for my panelists to answer is, and I'll come to Tasnim first actually, is to, so let's get to some definitions. What is it that we need to overcome in relation to radical ideologies, and can we really define radicalization?
Yes, can you hear me? It's difficult to define radicalization. In fact, there's as many definitions as state institutions, and each scientific discipline has its own definition, and within each discipline we will have many definitions of radicalization. So there's no consensus on definition itself, but instead of giving a list of definition, I will just give you a few remarks about the term radicalization. First, its etymology. The word radicalization comes from radical, which is, it first appeared in the 15th century and comes from classical Latin or medieval Latin, radix or radicalis, meaning roots or foundation. The idea is that it has been, the word radical has been used in different disciplines, from medicines to hard science, but human sciences mean taking things from roots, foundation, which could be either peaceful or through violence. The term come back in politics, in France especially, when some political radical to define themselves, like the Party of Radicals. And as the era of French Revolution or Enlightenment period, they present themselves in society, come up with this name. The French Academy define it as, would use it in the sense of Stephen Hardner to the extreme. That's for the term itself, as we understand it, process through which it has been used since the September 11 attack on the US. For individual designated people or groups in the pursuit of their goal. Today as radical groups, such as, for example, independentist movements such as IRA or ITIA, or some so the term in the EU, the very first time radicalization has been used in an official documents in the EU that backs to 2004, and it appears after the train bombing of Madrid in 2004 and London in 2005, since the term has been used exponentially everywhere. The radicalization, those who get interested in, and those who conducted the first research on radicalization with state agencies because of the circumstances, they work on radicalization, and at the beginning they put the entire blame and the cause of radicalization to religion, and specifically to Islam. But they quickly realized after a few years that actually the phenomenon was much more complicated than that. I call upon the scientific community from 2006, and from that date, the scientific community joined in and tried to help define what radicalization was. So they came up with the fact that there was, again, no consensus on definition, and they come with 4 criticism: the way state agencies or state institutions were dealing with radicalization. A group of scholars say first that radicalization actually was just a new term to define something that was already well known and documented, that is political violence. And political violence has been studied by social movements theory, for example, and it was very much well documented and well known, and so it was just nothing new. However, the situation is more complicated than that, and that was the first answer of scholars. The second criticism is that they make a difference. They say to state institutions that radicalization, as the way it was used, I mean, they didn't make any difference between what they call a cognitive radicalization and a behavior radicalization. The difference is there is no direct link between someone who is radical and resorting to violence. In fact, statistics shows that less than 1% of people identified as radical ever get involved in violent action. That was a finding of this research. Also, they highlight the fact that radicalization was instrumentalized from the very start. That means that it has been used in non-free countries to disqualify enemies, to persecute, to harass, to eliminate sometimes enemies, political enemies. And in free countries, it also gave rise to abuses by putting the focus on religion, and it led to some abuses, legal and extra-legal, especially against the Muslim community. And finally, they also said that radicals have no identities, and it equally applies to other groups, such as, for example, far-right groups, which are posing a threat, and they are considered as a threat for the future, especially in a European country. And my last, to conclude my remark about radicalization, is the way radicalization is perceived and defined has a direct relevance for the elaboration of policies intended to counter it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll just get a follow-up from the rest of our panel. So, Mohammed, you've got a PhD, you've got a Master of Laws, you've got a bachelor's degree, you're well learned. So can you define radicalization?
I mean, we can't. We cannot. Well, thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. But before I begin, let me just express my appreciation and gratitude to our dynamic ambassador, Robert Rehak. Where are you, Robert? Wonderful job. I mean, I call it dynamic ambassador because he really taken this religious freedom or belief movement quite seriously, and we appreciate that. And of course, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs here at the Czech Republic for gathering us here today. But this particular topic and the definition of radicalization that's mentioned here, it cannot be complete, and it is natural that we cannot have agreed upon definition of radicalization. This is natural. Why I say this? Because when you look into radicalization, we have to look into the drivers of radicalizations. What are the drivers? If you mentioned the ideological drivers a little bit and the misinterpretation of religion and all of that, but there are other drivers as well. So they are socioeconomic drivers, which could include also widespread abuse of fundamental human rights. Can talk about poverty, lack of opportunities, and other abuse of human rights. So we have to look into the drivers, and I can go down the list about all of these drivers as well. They are psychological, spiritual drivers as well, which include also psychological and spiritual need to belong. So some people, they engage in radicalizations because they don't have that sense of belonging. So we can go down the list about those kind of drivers. Then we can come back and define radicalization based on a specific driver. And why we are defining radicalizations, because we're defining, we need to have a clarity of the the definition so that we can have an adequate response or solution to it. So that's why we need to categorize the definition based on the drivers. That's why we should not even attempt to have a specific definition.
Thank you so much. And I think we're going to pick up on those Iman, have you got anything to add to those comments, those opening comments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to follow up from colleagues, I think radicalization is the process, actually, by which some people come to accept and believe in extreme and fringe views. And if we reflect on today's world, this is associated in many instances with religious extremism. I would therefore add that radicalization is the process by which some people come to accept and believe in extreme and fringe views, and which can cause social harm or damage to people, but not just to people, to the environment, to resources, to animals, etc. And the very basis of radicalization is based upon a premise that one individual believes has to be enforced or raised to a level where others have to accept it, either through pressure, threats, or other autocratic ways. And sadly, one way of enforcing their views is driven by religious extremism, and it's to propagandize that their way is the only way to divinity or the afterlife. That's one way. Whilst they seek to create and develop a rigid, inflexible, black and white and uniform social environment, supporting the freedom of religious beliefs places other ways of thinking into the public domain so that extremists can be challenged and their views potentially undermined. Now, the freedom of religion and belief therefore provides a platform for different ideas that can challenge the use of violence in religious texts, ensure that extremist rhetoric is undermined, and that more debate and discussion can take place, which in many ways marginalizes views that take away the choice and control from individuals. And we reflect on radicalization and extremism, it flourishes where there is little debate and discussion, and where there is little to rigid thinking. As I've suggested, extremists think of their religion and their way of thinking as being absolute. It's as though they alone have the answers, which means that the greater the number of faiths that are in the area, the greater the challenge to just one way of thinking and believing. And we have to emphasize the element of mental inflexibility. And I most probably I'll mention it a few times and keep mentioning it in the minds of those who espouse extremist thinking. Choice is the best antidote to challenging mental inflexibility, giving people the right to choose what they practice, how they vote, where they worship, how they worship, and the ability to develop their own faith institution is a natural antidote to reducing extremism and radicalization in societies. So at a basic level, the sense of mental inflexibility is what develops in the process of radicalization.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And obviously, the panel, the question is how can freedom of religion and belief help overcome radical ideologies? But perhaps Thomas, you could help us. What would you say is not in scope in terms of overcoming?
So I also agree that radicalization is a process of changing opinions and attitudes. From the linguistic point of view, radicalization can mean a return to the roots, radix, to the origins. Also, the term fundamentalism originally had a similar meaning, a return to foundations. Today, however, both terms, radicalization and fundamentalism, means something different, a dangerous turn from the moderate views and attitudes to those associated with intolerance, fanaticism, or even violence. The cause of such development may be internal psychological feelings of anxiety and disorientation in the society, in the world, which is increasingly complex and changing, and they may be also reaction to external economic, social, and cultural changes. The phenomenon of radicalization also occurs in the field of religion. The mission of religion, the culture, social role of religion is to teach people how to overcome their selfishness, how to discipline their instincts, especially the instinct for aggression, how to live with others in peace and justice. Where the spiritual and ethical side of religion is forgotten or overshadowed, then religions are used primarily as an expression of group identity, ethnic identity, and it leads sometimes to the political abuse of religion, religious language, symbols, rituals, religious emotions, and in some cases, it's difficult to decide whether it is politicization of religion or sacralization of politics. We need the desacralization of politics. To desacralization, desacralization is the absolutization of relative values. The misuse of religious energy for non-religious, pure power, but more about that later. So religions today are often used as a weapon in culture wars. The cause of the culture wars, which can lead to terrorism and wars, lie not in religion itself as such, but in its instrumentalization. When Richard Dawkins, a well-known promoter of atheism, wrote after September 11 that if there would not be a religious belief in the afterlife, the terrorist attacks in New York would never happen. And I asked if there wouldn't be no airplanes, there also wouldn't have been such an attack. It is necessary to distinguish between the causes and the instrument. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So let's now look, as Mohammed said, let's look into the drivers. Who or what is leading to this so-called radicalization or misuse of religion or beliefs? And let's come back to you, Thomas, again. You're advice has been much sought after, not least by the founder of the Czech Republic, Václav Havel. So it would be excellent to hear from you, particularly in the world of politics. What are some of the drivers that you see?
I think it's important to reflect the role of the religious language and how the sacred texts are interpreted. So if we want to understand the social and political role of religion, we must look at the way sacred texts are interpreted. So the sacred texts, like the Bible and Quran, are the words, very interestingly structured words, from which it's possible to bring medicine of wisdom or dangerous bombs of destruction. So religious authorities are teachers, and teachers have a tremendous responsibility to interpret the sacred text. And I think the serious relationship with tradition proposes a hermeneutical approach to read the text in the context, in the historical context. The hermeneutical principle in theology is an expression of respect to tradition. The sacred text can be taken either in the primitive way, literary, or seriously. Taking sacred text seriously means to understand the nature of religious language, distinguish between different literary styles, and the character of the particular messages. Fundamentalism does not understand the very nature of the religious language. So religious language is the language of powerful metaphors and beautiful images, symbols. They refer to deeper hidden meanings and therefore are treasure for meditation and always deeper interpretation. Neither the Bible nor the Quran are textbooks of history and science, but important guides on the spiritual path. Sacred texts enable us to understand our world better, and the opposite, our experiences enables us to understand sacred text more deeply. I think the secular public has underestimated the power of religious language, religious symbols. These powers, with these suggestive images and concepts, can awaken the spiritual energy from the deep sources of the individual unconsciousness and the collective unconsciousness. Who knows something about that psychology knows what I'm speaking about, the role of symbols in our world and also in the politics and the religion. The symbols are full of energy, which is more powerful than the rational discourse, because it's connected with the deeper dimension of our psyche. So the religious language is not neutral and innocent, especially when people used to demonize their opponents and sacralize their own values and their leaders. When we call our political opponents the great Satan, for example, no rational agreement is possible, and the world becomes an apocalyptic scene of the final battle between good and evil, angels and demons. In this context, my friend, the philosopher Richard Kearney, quotes the advice of a psychotherapist to a client who was haunted by monsters in his dreams. He said, if you manage to look to the monster in the face while you are still dreaming, you will be surprised to find that the monster is very much like you. I think that this is one of the few good practical tips for healing our world, full of demons and monsters. We often project our shadows onto others, our dark sides that we are unable or unwilling to embrace. And I think this it's important to take this projection of our own dark sides with humility into ourselves, and then to liberate our world.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So perhaps, Tazim, do you want to follow up on your view?
So what leads to radicalization? So earlier I said there was no consensus on definition. However, there's a consensus of the scientific community on key variables when it comes to the concept. So radicalization results from a complex interaction between personal characteristics, group dynamics, belief system, and contextual factors. So in other words, there's 4 pieces of factor actually which come together to produce radicalization, and that is personal and collective grievances, and by that I mean personal and cultural alienation, perceived injustice, humiliation reinforced by marginalization, xenophobia, discrimination, limited education, unemployment possibilities, criminal record, unstructured families, personal trauma, psychological issues. The second point is also networks and personal ties. Many researchers have demonstrated that sometimes family ties and play a more important role than ideology. Families do play an important role. Many times you see siblings and brothers involved in violence with extended families and stuff like that, and they are looking for a sense of belonging to a community. And all those things play a very important role, and much more than religion and ideology. And you have political and religious ideologies, and I'm going to develop that. And also what is important is enabling environment and support structures. When you have an environment which encourages and violence or glorifies, obviously you are going to be attracted. And support structure, of course, if you have something to gain from that, it also helps radicalize. So it's at multiple levels what leads to radicalization. There's not only one factor, there's a set of factors, and researchers and academics talk more about they don't believe in profile, but rather in trajectories. So that's just the way to look at, and it had multiple causes.
Thank you. Iman, anything to add?
Yeah, maybe just to add and to echo what colleagues have said, there are a number of routes to radicalization, and many of these overlap to support the process by which someone becomes radicalized. So you've got ideological beliefs, information, resource poverty, mental health, emotional difficulties, identities that feel attacked, and trauma are just some of the reasons. When some of these issues intersect and play a role in someone's life, they form the background into which a charismatic radicalizer can play into. Case after case of people who have been convicted of extremism and terrorism demonstrate multiple life factors that affect individuals, and where that charismatic radicalizer or radicalizers have manipulated them. Though, and we need to reinforce the fact that in the last decade, the online space has filled this space by bringing charismatic extremists digitally into the living rooms of people. And that's one thing that we need to look at and focus on.
Yeah, so I basically referred the drivers, and Iman and Tasneem added to these drivers, but I want to add also to them what I call it the vicious cycle of increased social hostility. So what I mean by that, the vicious cycle of increased social hostility. Violent extremism causes fear, and that fear can be channeled into Islamophobia. In turn, expressions of Islamophobia can be seized upon by, communicated widely and further alienate youth and tempt even some into violent extremism. So thus the turns, the vicious cycle summons intolerance, and intolerance and violence also can summon violence as well. So that's why we look into this
this vicious cycle of increased social violence make it clear that for us, the fundamental advantage of multi-religious cooperation in order for us to address that vicious cycle, to add it to the back factors as well. So it makes it also clear to others if, is not my enemy, but my ally in overcoming extremism. So these are all connected in order for us to come back and to address issues of radicalizations and address issues of drivers. We need to look into the cycle. It come back.
Thank you, Richard. That leads very well into looking at how we can cooperate, religious cooperation and freedom of religion or belief. Protection of that can help counter radicalization, and perhaps you can help us in that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we need to start off with the basics in how protecting and promoting religious freedoms and beliefs counter hate and intolerance and foster a tolerant society. The fact is that creating an environment where people have the right to practice what they want as their faith ensures that this is core value, the freedom to believe and the freedom to choose what they believe, acts as a major countermeasure against autocracy and against a society based on conforming. Choice is key at the heart of such a policy. Religious freedoms support a very basic human right, the right to believe or not to. And this is even more essential in today's world where people are slowly falling into a more black and white way of thinking. Much of this is driven by mobile phones and the internet and the desire for quick and easy answers in an increasingly more complex world. We must also acknowledge that the black and white thinking is the very foundation of hate and extremism. In other words, you are either with us or against us. And the very statement demonstrates the polarized way of thinking that operates in a black and white style of thinking mindset. Protecting and promoting religious freedoms acts as a facilitator in developing mental flexibility and creating the gray middle space where people do not have to believe that one way of worshiping God is the only way in doing so, for example. It also provides a way that people can connect with each other. In other words, if you have the same rights as me to worship, then maybe, just maybe, in this equality of religious tolerance, I can see you as a possible equal in the journey of the worship of God. Another element that we have to consider on protecting religious freedoms and beliefs is that it levers in social capital into play in societies that can provide multiple services to communities and where maybe the state cannot offer. These services can help wider communities and support tolerance and social cohesion. Let me give you an example. In the UK, one of the things that many Sikh Gurdwaras have done is to provide basic subsistence such as food and disposable items of sanitation to poor people. Therefore, opening their doors to the sick, those with mental health difficulties, and those who have been homeless and neglected. In Sikhism, the concept of seva, or service to the poor, is a fundamental part of the belief system, since the gurus made clear that service to the poor was one of the ways that Sikhs could strengthen their spirit, faith, and devotion to God. By doing seva and giving to others, they have changed many minds who may have been resistant or even hostile to people of an Asian and Indian heritage. And we've seen how those that Sikh Gurdwaras have assisted have become ambassadors for respecting and honoring pluralism and diversity. This is just one example of how allowing the practice of faiths has benefited countries such as the UK in ensuring that social cohesion is maintained. Freedom of religion and belief also has an additional benefit in challenging radicalization and extremism. And in many contexts of different faiths, in the context of the UK, whether it's mosques, synagogues, churches, an element of opening days where people can come in and learn about other religions and beliefs, meeting the other, interacting in dialogue, a word that was highly mentioned in the first panel, is key to counter the radicalization and extremism, but also promote tolerance amongst different religions.
Thank you very much. Mohammed, you've led a network of grassroots peacemakers and global players And you really emphasize, I know I've heard you talk about the role of civil society in trying to counter extremism. Can you perhaps tell us more?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think it's really, it's a critical question, David, and the role of civil society, and particularly the role of religious actors, it's really is underutilized, let me put it this way, in terms of countering violent extremism and radicalization. Because we have seen practical examples where the securitization of addressing issues of violent extremism and lack of freedom is not working. So basically the security of it is not working. That's why, and that realizations actually came late from a number of governments to address issues of radicalization, address issues of basically violation of religious freedom through security means is not working. Civil society need to engage in this, and it needs to be some specific ways of collaboration between civil society and government, and we have seen that working. I can give you a lot of illustrations on this. From the United States, where I come from, for instance, if you remember in 11, 12 years ago, when Pastor Terry Jones, an evangelical pastor in Florida, decided to burn the Quran, right? He's claiming that it's a freedom of expression, right? But in that kind of situation, what role government could play? Basically, government cannot stop him from doing that, because he has his freedom to do that, expression. But now the role and the moral voice of civil society will come in. So then the interreligious communities and the civil society and the religious communities, they frame the issue in a way that attack on one religion is attack on all of us. So let's frame it. Let's not look into this guy is enjoying a small church in Florida and burning the Quran. Is not only against Muslim, against everyone. That is, we need to frame the issue of addressing religious freedom. The way they framed the issue, they created an alliance. They created a group, and they had an emergency conference in Washington, brought all denominations, Protestants, Catholic, evangelicals, and all Jewish denominations and others, religious communities, to come together and to see, well, religious freedom against a Muslim is religious freedom against all of us. That's why let's address it this way. And that's where they created, with that very successful press conference. I remember at that time, that was during the President Obama's time, and the whole country was looking for a moral voice. I remember Secretary Gate at that time, Secretary of Defense, called Pastor Jones and tell him, don't burn the Quran, because our troops in Afghanistan and Iraq, they're in danger, right? Because of that burning the Quran, demonstration in Afghanistan, 16 people were killed. But they cannot do much to stop him. But the moral voice of civil society was critical to this. So sent a strong message to the nation. We as a Christian community, as the Jewish community, as an evangelical, we say no to this. This is not a message of Jesus Christ. That was their message. Because the message of Jesus Christ is a message of love, not a message of hate. Speaking on behalf of the American Muslim communities, the message is resonating and resonated to the entire nation. That momentum created an organization called Shoulder to Shoulder, standing with American Muslims, upholding American ideals, right? With all the Protestants and Catholic and all Christian groups and Jews actually looking into responding to Islamophobia through this alliance. So that's why, the importance of having to address these issues through civil society and to invest more in equipping civil society to do this work, to advance religious freedom is so critical. And we have seen this working through the dialogue. You know, my friends here, Nadine and Chris Seipel and Wade, we were in Uzbekistan in January. And we visited communities as a civil society, not government, to look into the state of religious freedom in the country, freely, to point out what's going on, right? And we did some stuff. We told them that the Baptist church in Bukhara, they are not enjoying their religious freedom. There is some issues. We brought it up to the authority. We brought it to the highest level, the advisor to the president, telling them, you need to fix this. This is our recommendations to you if you want a country that could be prosperous country. As Mariah was telling us earlier, studies have shown that if countries upholding religious freedom, they are prosperous. There is a reduction of violence, right? Nadine told us also in Erbil, right? In Kurdistan al-Iraq region that uphold religious freedom is prosperous more. So when we brought this issue to the Uzbek government, we need to address this. They took it seriously. They took it seriously. They did address the issue. 3 weeks ago, they came to Washington with their file, right? Showing us the church when we were there in January and the action they we pointed out collaboration between civil society and government. We need government to understand that the civil society, they have a critical, we have our own ways in discussion and discussing issues, right? We're more relevant as a civil society or religious actor when we talk to communities and addressing their issue. Then we need the government to trust us. We can fix it. We cannot fix it through hard power. We need a soft power, the power and the soft language of religion, which is language of love and reconciliation.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the floor for questions, just finally, just looking at good practice examples, Tasmin, from Belgium perhaps, could you perhaps give us maybe some examples?
Just very quickly, I joined Mohammed when he said that civil society, and my colleague Iman also talk about that. Of course, the civil society has a role to play, but it lacks means. So they need to be sustained and encouraged by the government, but it's not always the case. In the Belgian example is that the state response, it's always about legal and sometimes extra legal measures they have taken. For example, in 2017, the Belgian government passed a law allowing legal residents to be deported if they were on suspicions of participating in violent activities, suspicion and not facts. So the response is always that kind at the first level, and it's counterproductive. And of course, we need to, since the government has realized that it also need to prevent, and that's maybe the next question we're going to discuss, but prevention, it's important. Getting the civil society involved, of course, helps, but there's just lack of means. I'm seeing the religious actors doing what they can, the best they can to counter all those repression and kind of repression and the response the government is giving. And of course, we need a collaboration between state and civil society, but it's not always the case.
And Mark, could you perhaps give some examples also from the UK, maybe, and Europe, that can help us as good examples?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, some of the best examples of work around de-radicalization have involved identifying those espousing these views that seek to harm others or society, ensuring that they get access to a range of services, such as mentor and counseling support, advice and information on access to diversionary activities, such as sports, and in access to emotional support and emotional regulation. That's one element. Other techniques have used online advertising, so that when someone, for example, Googled the Islamic State or Daesh, they were automatically diverted to videos and video adverts that demonstrated the extremely toxic nature of the group. And there's one specific example that I remember around when someone looked for two words, Jew hate and Muslim hate. They were diverted to a site that demonstrated how Jewish communities and Muslim communities had helped other people in their local areas of the person that was searching those two words online. So the promotional advert link was therefore targeted at a specific geographical level, and where the terms both Jew hate and Muslim hate were assessed as being negative in nature, and these were two key terms when they were entered into Google, automatically promoted a URL link to the diversionary positive site, showing how much local Jewish and Muslim communities were helping others. In the context of Europe, we were part of a project called Supporting and Strengthening Communities across 15 European countries called SASCE, Supporting and Strengthening Communities in Europe. It was a consortium of organizations from a Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, and Christian backgrounds, where best practices were shared, an understanding and dialogue across different faiths were around how do we protect each other, how do we protect our places of worship, how do we protect our communities, but also other communities, and work in partnership to do so by understanding the threats, the extremist threats, their religious hatred that is directed at these institutions, but also at the communities, and by bridging the gaps as well between communities. In certain instances across these different 15 European countries, a Buddhist person never sat with a Muslim person or a Jewish person, never understood what the threats that Muslim communities or Jewish communities were going through. And likewise, for the Christian communities, it was an eye-opener to understanding how they can safeguard their churches, understanding the threats that other communities are going under, but also standing in solidarity with them. I think when we look at extremism and the different examples that I shared, it cannot thrive when we shine a light on it, or when we expose people to a variety of ideas. The more we introduce greater choice, ideas, and thought, it's the safer we make our futures.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, Thomas, there's a role for religious leadership as well in terms of prevention. Have you got some good examples in that regard?
Yes. I'm very much inspired by some ideas and actions of Pope Francis, especially his attempt, his process to renew the Catholic Church, the synodal renewal. Synodal, it means synod meets synodos, the common way to go together and to listen to each other, to try to understand each other, to try to respect each other, and to develop a unity as a unity in plurality. I think it's something what is important not only for the Catholic Church, but for the human family. And in this connection, the Pope has a very inspiring metaphor, church as a field hospital. And I think even the other religious communities should be field hospitals. It means not to stay in our own borders, mental borders, institutions. Go away, go to all the places where people are wounded, socially, economically, psychologically, and I think this field hospital, and the religious communities should be the field hospitals, needs also some background of the very solid hospital, which has several functions. One function is the diagnosis, the spiritual diagnosis of the world. We need this spiritual diagnosis. We have a lot of journalists' explanations, sociologists, but we need also some spiritual diagnosis of our world. And then the other is to develop some immunity system against this global infections, this pandemic of populism. It is the very dangerous pandemic of our, and the churches should develop some immunity system against this very shortcoming reactions, and also the recovery, the reconciliation. And I think there will be a very important role of the churches and religions in the future, the reconciliation. I knew something about this role of the church after the fall of communism in South Africa after the fall of the apartheid regime. So after the dictatorship, after the wars, the societies are wounded. So in the future, people are now speaking about to create peace in Ukraine very quickly. It's not possible. We need not the peace of the court of the freedom, the courtyard. We need just peace, and it needs some time of reconciliation. You know, the Russians and Ukrainians have to live together after this war, and the reconciliation will be for generations. The Palestinians and the Israelis. It is a task for generations. The reconciliation is not just to stop the war and everything is done. No, there will be after wars, after dictatorships, the societies are wounded. There are people, they were guilty. There are people, they are victims. There are people, they have some hatred. They have some psychological wounds. It is a process of reconciliation, long and difficult process. And I think the religious communities have a very important role in this recovery process, and we must be prepared for this. Not just to say, yes, the world will very quickly stopped. It may be this reconciliation. It's a long time process, and the spiritual communities have a very important role there.
Thank you. Right, now it's over to you for just less than 10 minutes. Who's going to ask the first question to our panelists, or just to make a quick comment? That's also allowed. Who would like to start? Otherwise, we'll just keep on talking ourselves. Who would like to start? There's many eminent experts there. You can disagree as well. You can have another view, things that haven't been said. Who would like to start? All you need to do is press the button here. You don't need to come up to the podium. You can just press the button and say something. Anyone like to ask a question or make a comment?
So it seemed that... No.
That's encouraging. I'll go back to Tasmin. Do you want to just add any?
I'm just going to maybe just add what can be... I was just say a few words about what should be done to prevent radicalization. So I think it's important to you should be focused on countering and in illegal speech online, especially. Also, we didn't talk about, but radicalization happens a lot in prisons. So it's a proper place where, people in prison get radicalized much easier than in civil society, but we don't know really how to tackle the issue. Promoting, of course, inclusive society, education and common value, and boosting research and evidence and monitoring and networking on those issues. So that should be done to prevent radicalization. As far as the Belgian example is concerned, a part of the effort to, I wouldn't say de-radicalization because we don't have any program of de-radicalization actually in Belgium, but they understand that, the government understands that to prevent that we need, the mindset of our government is still focused on ideology and religion. And after the attacks in Brussels in 2015, I'm just going to give you an example of my institution I'm leading, actually, IPFI, which actually is part of the government policy to counter kind of radicalization in a way that they're trying to promote or to produce what they call a Belgian Islam. Don't ask me what does that mean, because I have no idea, but it means just finding a way to remove conceptions. So the mission of my institution is to finance programs on Islam in different universities, French-speaking universities in Belgium, remove misunderstandings between, what Islam and Islamism is, and not to, to give information about what Islam is, and it's not different from other religions, and that part, and also trying to give, we are trying to construct a curriculum on a bachelor degree and a master degree in Islamic science, so we can have a Muslim leadership grown at home, going through education, Belgian education, and to limit the effects of extremism, because at the moment, the imams we have, for example, in Belgium, come from abroad, and they have a different kind of education, and they're not homegrown. So the government wants our leadership, religious leadership, especially Muslim, to go through the educational system, Belgian education system, and get a religious education through our Belgian education system, so we can have a leadership, homegrown leadership, with a specific reading of Islam.
Please. That, which is very critical, to have homegrown imam, that they understand the context of the specific context, and that's what I call it, the contextual theology. So the theology that is based on the Belgium, for instance, culture and tradition. But we need to do more in integrating those communities.
Of course.
They're also facing so many problems, right? So we need to integrate them more. But let me maybe, Professor, I want to agree with you about the critical role of religion and religious actors, right? And I try to help religious actors to further engage. But we are yet to succeed in terms of convincing government that, religion and religious actors, they could be a solution to all of these problems. We're facing those problems, and we can, I don't know what we can address that issue. But David, if you allow me, I want to share an experience to address radicalizations in the United States. In 2005, radicalization was all over the place, this notion of violent extremism. So as a community, as an American Muslim community, we came up with an initiative called Safe Space Initiative. Look it up, called Safe Space Initiative. Safe Space Initiative is campaign, is the first major national grassroots efforts to equip American Muslim communities and campus leaders with practical tools for developing healthy communities, as well as intervention strategies for troubled individuals. The Safe Space Initiatives has 3 dimensions. Dimension number 1, prevention. How to prevent. That's in our Islamic Center on Mosque, to work on prevention. And there is a whole list of how to do that. Then the second element of it is intervention. When we see some elements of extremism or radicalizations, how we can intervene to address that. And then the hardest part is ejection. As a community, to prevent and able to intervene to address the issue, then you should be ready to collaborate with law enforcement to eject that person from the community. And that will take a lot of courage and effort to build that trust. So the community trusts you when you call the authorities and then so-and-so in our community is presenting threat to the community and to the neighborhood and to the whole. You need to have that courage. You need to build the trust within your own community to do that.
Well, in the last minute, so just a final word across the panel. I'd like to just leave a word from you, Tasnim.
Sorry, you said?
Just give a final word.
I don't know what to say and to conclude, just that, yes, a different thing has been said about the civil society, and I would say that my institution, actually, we are trying to work on and to get the religious actors involved in our policies and try to work with them. For example, in 2 weeks, I'm gathering different imams because we have to keep in mind Islam is plural in Brussels. We have different, there's not just one Islam, there's many. You have Sunnis, you have Shias, you have different divide within the communities as well. And we're trying to put everyone together. And as a public institution, we are inviting imams from different belongings, different Islams, let's say that, and to engage into a dialogue with the religious leaders in Brussels.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time, but just a very quick word.
I think we live today in very difficult times globally. And I think in the room here, we all most probably agree on so many things, but there's so many that are outside this room that do not reflect on messages of unity, on solidarity, on what binds us, on our values, and on humanity, and on empathy. And I think these are things and messages that I think we can take away from today's event that we can most probably cascade down to communities worldwide.
Thank you very much. And finally, Thomas.
I think have a deep treasure of the spiritual and moral power, and we should to find also to develop some contemplative approach to the reality. There are so many very superficial approach to reality, and I think the religions should develop this deeper contemplative approach to reality, to understand the things that are also hidden, that are behind, and the spiritual and moral role of religion is very important.
Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to the end of our panel. Can you join me in a round of applause for our panel? And now it's time for coffee. Coffee will take place there. The doors are opening there. Do have coffee, and then we'll be back here at 11:30, unless Robert has anything to say. Robert?
There is not only coffee, but also Czech cakes. And I would like just to inform you about this exhibition around, called All Beliefs, that we have here the author of the photos, very famous author, Lam Duk Hien, who is the Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to our next panel, how to Muslim hatred, Islamophobia in the world. To have here as a chair of the panel, Kishan, who is the head of the Tolerance and Non-Discrimination Department at the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, OSCE, of our Article 18. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends. Thank you. Thank you in particular for this opportunity to the OSCE's Office of Democratic Institutions. The office the participating states of the organization strengthen the human security, which really means rights and fundamental freedom, an understanding within a society, respect for the rule of law, democratic governance, and part of the big work that I do is working to support states and civil society in all forms of intolerance and hatred, including anti-Semitism, etc., and fostering and education, build structures of peace, mutual respect, and tolerance. As we know, anti-Muslim or Islamophobia is a serious and urgent problem of it fosters discrimination, intolerance, and violence towards Muslim individuals, affected Muslims to be Muslim, violating their freedom of religion or belief and myriad other human rights, posing a significant threat to their safety and way of life. If left unchecked, the peace and security of societies as a whole. Indeed, anti-Muslim hatred is toxic to the democratic order, on which our liberal democracies rest, such as equality, tolerance, and dignity of all people. Has been well documented in a number. I want to start in particular former United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of the UN's Human Rights unpacked the concept of Islamophobia, including the processes of centralization that propel this form of bias, affected and the impacts that pernicious form of intolerance has on human rights. We heard mention this morning of the recently published report from the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency, FoRB, the EU, Experiences of Muslims, which presents findings based on the experiences of almost 10,000 Muslims living in 13 EU countries, conducted between 2021 and 2022, at the lived experiences of immigrants and their descendants. Face in their daily life, a notable increase from when this was last reported in 2016. It's particularly worrying and represents European countries for generations. The findings show that racial discrimination has long-term consequences with adverse impacts on access to education, suitable employment opportunities, suitable housing, and in accessing healthcare services. A notable feature of this important report is the recognition that Muslims are often discriminated against, not only because of their religion, but because of their gender, sexual orientation, ethnic background, or disability. So stacked on top of one another, these experiences worsen and deepen their experiences as victims. I should also point out that tomorrow, on the eve of the International Day of Tolerance, my office, ODIHR, will be publishing and releasing its annual hate crime report. This hate crime report is the world's largest data set on hate incidents and will, of course, report on hate incidents and hate crimes against Muslims in the OSCE region in 2023, including the impact of the events of the 7th of October last year and subsequently. And so I commend that report also to your attention. But I would say that despite its pervasive and well experts who bring to this session, I should say, a wealth of experience drawn from academia, from civil society, from community engagement, and a host of other experiences. This panel will focus on understanding and addressing the rise of anti-Muslim hatred. It will examine the roots, causes, and drivers of this phenomenon, and most importantly, will explore, discuss, evaluate strategies to address this form of hatred, to engage communities and educate in terms of the nature of this phenomenon, but also as a means to inoculate individuals, communities, and societies from this. So, without further ado, may I introduce to you the panelists. Their full biographies are available, of course, in the material that's been circulated. On my immediate left is Saida Misadri, who is a research fellow at the Center for Comparative Theology and Social Issues at the University of Bonn in Germany. On her left is Farid Ahmad, who is the National Secretary for External Affairs of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in the United Kingdom. And on Farid's left is Surinder Paul Kaur, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Language and Linguistics at the University of Malaya in Malaysia. We were to be joined by Rabbi David Sandmel, who's the president of the International Council of Christians and Jews in the United States. But David is unfortunately unable to join us, but has sent a video recorded message which we'll play in due course. We're sorry he's not here, but he joins us in spirit. And as I said, we will hear from him shortly. I would like to kick off proceedings, if I may, by posing a question, the first question to the panelists, starting with Saida. In your view, what are the main causes and drivers of contemporary anti-Muslim hatred? And why is this phenomenon on the rise, as documented now in scores of reports and studies?
Thank you for your kind presentation and introduction. Well, if we would define Islamophobia as the fear of Islam or hatred of Islam, which is, again, a word that does not clearly define the content, because the object of hatred and fear are Muslims and not Islam, so the term itself is still not very defining and clear. If we would define the term as such, then the causes are the Islamic terrorist attacks of the recent years, and the rise of, as the first cause in the Middle East, but also in Europe, and the rise of Islamic fundamentalism and extremism both in the Middle East and in the world, which targeted Western countries, and the victims of which are, the majority victims of Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism are Muslims, but here depicted in Europe as the war of the Islamic world against the West. So these are the, one can say, socio-political reasons, but one cannot confine that to these elements because Islamophobia existed already before the terrorist attacks of 9/11, and the studies in Great Britain, in the UK started before that in the US. So it has a history. So it has a history, it has, of course, historical roots, this fear of Islam, this seeing Islam as the other or Muslims the other. And it started already in the 8th century when Christian West encountered the Muslim world. And during the Middle Ages, Islam was the other, but the rival other. So great civilization, a rival civilization, a military rival, a cultural rival. But still was the other. And up to the colonial period where Islam and Muslims were again depicted as the other, but this time as the inferior other, so as subhuman to Europeans, where you can find the roots of racism there. So both this fear of Islam has, in the European context, or Western context, or Christian context, historically this fear was there, always there, Islam as a rival civilization, and Muslims as inferior to the white Europeans, or Islam as an inferior religion to Christianity, is a fruit of the colonial period. So both of them exist at the same time as historical roots. But to talk about more social factors, there is this brilliant book, and I chose this book to refer, in order to refer, because the book is written within the French context, and we know that within the French context, the situation for Muslims is the worst within the European context. The book is written by two sociologists, French from the North African background, Abdul Ali Hajat and Marwan Mohammed. The title is Islamophobie, comment les élites françaises fabriquent le problème musulman. So it's like how the elite fabricate the problem of Muslims. So it is not an actual problem. Of course, fundamentalism, extremism, terrorism are facts, but the way Islam is depicted in the media or within the European context as the enemy is fabricated. So it's not, as I said, like the big number of victims of Islamic fundamentalism, terrorism, are Muslims. So we have to be united against Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism, like Muslim community here and European authorities, not that Muslims are against the West. So they in their book, which is like how the French elite fabricate the problem of Muslim, they say Islam is systematically Islamophobia is systematically constructed by influential media and political elites. So the book is written 2013, republished 2021 again. And these influential political media elites shape the public perception and the politics around Muslims and Islam. So media has an influential role there. Intellectuals have an influential role there, and policymakers. So this fear and hatred leads to policies against Muslims. So it's a kind of systematic discrimination, this fear leads to a kind of systematic discrimination. So they say, like, media, that these French elites depict Muslims as the other, as incompatible with French values. And this is the case, unfortunately, within the German context, especially after the 7th of October. And this framing justifies laws that target Islamic practices, like bans on religious symbols. So burkini is banned, burqa is banned, and there is no surprise that Muslim women are the actual victims within the French context. And these two authors also mentioned that this is not a phenomenon that could be observed within the right-wing parties. All the political parties are engaged. For example, Manuel Valls was the one who is a socialist. 2011 was the one who not in charge, but was under him and his suggestion, there was this burkini ban. So it's not just a right-wing issue. Intellectuals in the French context, like Michel Houellebecq, who has written the novel Soumission or Submission, who depicts this futuristic projection where France will be governed by an Islamic party, or Éric Zemmour, who says famously, there is no Islamophobia in France, and everybody, by virtue of freedom of speech, is justified to criticize Islam. And what he does is not, of course, everyone can criticize Islam, but what he does is to call for hatred and hate speech. So what he does is hate speech. And the fourth factor is economic crisis. On that, there's this very good illuminating article written in 2018 by Dorian Bell, Europe's New Jews, France, Islamophobia, and Anti-Semitism in the Era of Mass Migration, where he argues that the Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are key mechanisms through which European societies express anxieties stemming from economic insecurity and globalization. So to answer your question, I just summarize again. There are 4 factors according to my study. So the first is Islamic terrorism, the rise of Islamic terrorism, terrorist attacks in the recent years, the rise of Islamic fundamentalism and extremism. The third one are the historical roots, like Islam as the other, whether as a rival civilization or as the humanity to the European white, and economic crisis.
Thank you, Saida. That was very helpful in unpacking the varying, or some of the causes and drivers, and helping us think about them in some detail. I'll hand over to Farid to build on that and to share your reflections in relation to root causes, drivers, but also the phenomenon, as we know, is increasing in both nature and scope and severity. And why do you think that is?
Thank you. I think you mentioned at the start about the statistics, and it's quite important to understand the scale of Islamophobia or anti-Muslim hatred. You mentioned that within the EU, around half of the Muslim population now feels anti-Muslim discrimination. That's about 13 million people, which is, I think, more than the population of the Czech Republic, just to give a sense of scale. And it is something that has a very real, hard-edge impact on life. The ability to buy a house, rent a home, get a job, all these things that people take for granted, an increase in racial profiling are the hard end of anti-Muslim hatred increasing. And in the UK, we've seen an increase in hate crime reported by Muslims, up 33%. And those are reported hate crimes. And that doesn't take into account all the other issues that are faced behind the scenes, as it were. In terms of causes, it is complex. It's an interplay between different factors, and in that we know there are economic drivers, there are political drivers, and social drivers. And these are compounded by, I would say, a lack of justice and fairness that we experience. We also know that these issues interact with other forms of hatred. So anti-Muslim hatred is, in the UK experience, certainly I would imagine is the same elsewhere, is linked to racism, is linked to other forms of identification that are then badged together and converge in terms of anti-Muslim hatred. In terms of factors, I mean, I would say a few factors I'd like to highlight. One is the economy. There was a saying by one of the American politicians that it's the money, stupid. If you follow the money, if you look at the economic shocks that the world has experienced and countries experience, these exacerbate the problem of anti-Muslim hatred. They are then looking for scapegoats to blame, as you mentioned about the othering of Muslims, that the reason that some people are worse off than others are falsely attributed to backgrounds, including religious identity. And we've seen that experience before in terms of race. In the UK, anti-racism in terms of against black people, against Irish people. And I wonder whether we are going through a phase of, is Muslim the new black? at the moment that we are being blamed for problems. And this is also amplified by political factors. We know political rhetoric is a powerful driver of anti-Muslim hatred. In many countries, India, we've seen the Citizenship Act, the rise of the far right in India. In the US, previous administrations talked about a Muslim travel ban, and in France, we've seen how these moves have led to legislation. And this rhetoric is there to divert attention, to present a false, I would say, unified identity that is presented to divert from the real problems, economic problems and other problems, and loaded on the shoulders of, in this case, the Muslim communities of those countries. And I think the worrying thing is where those narratives align themselves to certain aspects of far-right ideology. And I'll give the example of the UK. The whole debate about Brexit, and I'm really grateful to Robert for having the UK flag here, so we're still friends. The whole debate about Brexit around immigration had an anti-Muslim tone in that, wed into that. And what was worrying is that the narrative of anti-immigration, anti-Muslim is actually championed by the far right, but it's not completely rejected by other leaders either. So it gives it a sense of legitimacy. And that legitimacy gives authority and credibility to the anti-Muslim sentiment that we see. And therefore, the process of mainstreaming this experience is deeply worrying. And mainstreaming through legislation, mainstreaming through responses to international incidents or issues, global security. I think one of the challenges that we face is that politically, how things are presented and framed are critical. And as long as you have certain political issues framed in the narrative of religion, that is going to always play out in an increase in anti-Muslim sentiment, and indeed anti-Semitic sentiment and other faiths that are involved in that process. More recently, I mean, in the UK, we had the incident of the riots that took place against asylum seekers, but again, that had a very strong anti-Muslim element to it. And it's the old adage that a lie will make its way around the world faster than the time truth takes to put its trousers on. I think it's something like that. The UK riots were sparked by a rumor that people were killed, children were killed by a Muslim. Completely false, but by the time that truth emerged, the violence and the sentiment had already surfaced. And it also reflects that there's an undercurrent that exists and surfaces from time to time, possibly based on previous prejudices, previous experiences. It's difficult to say. The last 2 points I'd like to make is about the media and social media. The way these issues are framed in the media, the portrayal of Muslims in the media is negative. I can give you another experience in the UK. We were holding an event on peace, and we all know peace rarely, if ever, makes the news. The journalists came, they said, you're holding an event in response to the threat of Quran burning at that time, so are you going to be burning a flag? And we said, well, of course not. You know, we said, well, then we can't give you coverage. So the way the media and social media operate is monetization, shock, trying to grab attention. And when you add social media into that mix, it's a really toxic situation. The monetization of news stories via social media, the consumption, I would compare it, maybe too dramatically, to, it's effectively like a drug. And there needs to be action taken against the drug dealers. The social media platforms that monetize and make money off these sentiments are rarely held to account. And it's the biggest, probably one of the biggest challenges we've got at the moment of how do you get people information that is accurate, and how do you educate them? Is there a responsibility on media and social media companies to educate, to provide a balance? The last point, I suppose, last couple of points on this is about fairness. Anti-Muslim issues rarely get, and the media portrayal rarely gets a fair hearing for Muslims. It is quite biased, and they portray and repeat allegations against Muslims that they are a threat to national identity, that they are a threat to our cultural heritage. And fascinating because in Europe you have a rise in the growth of Islam, a decline in religion, and the cultural heritage of the West is founded in Christianity, in the Judeo-Christian cultures. So Islam is a part and parcel of that story. So rather than being seen as a threat, it should be seen as something that faiths should get together to revive their cultural heritage rather than attack the growth of a new community. And on the principle of fairness and honesty, I think it's also true to say that there is an element of reflection. So the response of certain Muslim communities to certain issues do not help the cause of trying to tackle anti-Muslim hatred. There needs to be improvement on that. So we have to be honest about these things. But at the same time, I think the sort of predominant factor here is the sort of way social factors feed into the mindset of people. And if I could just close on my last point on this, is we are social creatures. We react to the environment around us. And obviously, if I believed everything I read in the media about Muslims, I may too be an Islamophobe. But there was a fascinating study in 1958 in the US by Jane Elliott on educational psychology. And in that, she wanted to teach children in a white area what it was like to experience discrimination. And she set the class and said, right, today, blue-eyed people are going to be the smarter ones. You get the privileges, you have the advantages. Brown-eyed people, you will have 5 minutes less playtime, etc., etc. That was day one. And she observed the changes in the behavior of children and how quickly they adapt and take on these messages in their behavior. And then day two, she reversed it, that the brown-eyed children were the ones who were better, smarter, and the blue-eyed are sort of inferior. The point is that the way those children react to these messages is the way humans react. And when we have a wave of misinformation against a certain community, we too form opinions and prejudices that need to be overcome, and it's hard work, and it takes courage to go against populism. And I hope in the Quran, they talk about when God was saying to the angel, I will send and create mankind. And the angel said, will you create a creature that creates mischief? And he said, I know what you know not. And the message was that, yes, there are people who will be mischievous and create problems, but mankind has the ability and the capacity to excel. So I hope with people in this room, we will show that how we can excel and overcome these problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farid, particularly for bringing into the conversation the role of social media as an incubator and accelerator of anti-Muslim sentiment, bias, hate, but also this point around the mainstreaming, the normalization of anti-Muslim sentiment, which is a grave issue, and with reference to the UK, how that's been played out, and not just in the UK, but in other countries in Europe and beyond. I'll ask Surendipal now to join the conversation. I just really wanted to hear from you, from everyone, but I just want to bring into this point, because it's been raised, I think, Saida, you touched on this, that Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hatred may or may not mean the same thing. So that's the first point to reflect on. And the second point is there are many detractors when it comes to Islamophobia as a term to be used in this discussion. There are many detractors who say this is not the right term for reasons that I think we've begun to think about. And then, of course, there's some who propose a working definition of Islamophobia. So I don't know whether you want to address those points, but if you do, that'll be fantastic, as well as anything else on these issues. Thank you.
Sure. All right. I'd like to start off by saying that there are very diverse articulations of Islamophobia, many different definitions of Islamophobia, and very often they seem to be very contextually specific and generally always polarized. So you do have, on one hand, the conflation, or looking at the definitions of Islamophobia in terms of racism as well as religious prejudice, then you also have extremist as well as mainstream definitions of Islamophobia, but you also have the state and non-state versions of Islamophobia. So there are many, many different ways of looking at Islamophobia. Now, very often though, what happens is that the definitions of Islamophobia tend to conflate two separate ideas, and this is what you just brought up. Items that pertain to Islam, which is a religious concept, and items that pertain to Muslims, which is a social group. So these are two different things, and very often they are interrelated, but very often they are conflated in definitions of Islamophobia. Very often, in terms of addressing Islamophobia as well, they are conflated. So these are things that we need to look at, because Islamophobia is a very multi-dimensional issue. And Islams and Muslims are inextricably intertwined in this individual and public perceptions of Islamophobia. So what do we see in terms of global discourses on Islamophobia? What we see here is very often, as Saida correctly pointed out, and so did Fareed, there is the whole othering of Islam and Muslims. So, A, you conflate Islam and Muslims. B, you other both, all right? And then this leads to the differentiation as well, between what we have, the normalized versions of civilization, as well, and on other is the Islamic Muslim versions of civilization. So you do have these two. So what we see here is the clash of civilization. What we have here is the focus is on Islamic civilization as a whole, which is considered incompatible with the core values of other civilizations, and as such, dangerous to them, to the concepts of, let's put it this way, civilizations that adhere or, perpetuate notions of hegemonic notions of modernity and progress. And sometimes, very often, various different Western civilizations do pick this up as well. I'm not saying Asians don't, they do that as well. So we do have this clash of civilizations. And then what this does is reifies the notion of Islamophobia in terms of Muslims, and then considers Islam and the entirety of the Islamic civilization as not being open to dialogue, and therefore not open to coexistence. And this is where Islamophobia takes its roots, because you start off on that premise that they are a threat to the civilization that is premised on notions of progress, on notions of modernity, whereas Islam is not, all right? And then, of course, this is why they can't coexist. So picking up on what you just said, these are some of those things. However, I'd like to go back also to the notion that not only do we other Muslims in general, but what was worrying is also the notion that the othering is occurring in the Muslim community itself. So you do have the notions of the good Muslim and the bad Muslim. So the othering is not just happening at the level of Muslims versus the rest of the world, or Muslim versus whoever. It's within the Muslim community itself. They are othering it by saying this is the good Muslim and that's the bad Muslim. So this causes a lot of issues when it comes to representations of Muslims across the world. What we find is Muslims across the world are a very, very diverse community, very diverse. What happens is representations, media representations, create monolithic representations. They create basically the cultural diversity, the linguistic diversity, the lived experiences are completely erased or backgrounded. So we don't see the plurality. We see plurality in other communities, but not the Muslim community. It's almost always backgrounded or erased. So these are some of the things that are concerning where definitions of Islamophobia are concerned. And so I hope that takes up to some of the things that you did bring up just now.
Yes, thank you, we did. And that it is, we will reflect further, no doubt, on this during the course, the rest of this discussion, but it does seem that whether we agree on a working definition of Islamophobia or agree on the term itself, this whole phenomenon has, as we know, serious human rights impacts, including primarily, but not only, on freedom of religion or belief. And then we must think about the impacts on individuals, communities, and families, victims. None of that can be denied. All of that is very serious. All that requires us to engage deeply, well, and appropriately with how to mitigate against, prevent, and ultimately tackle in all their dimensions these consequences which have real human rights concerns and form, which then leads me on to the second part of this discussion, which is to look at strategies, approaches to address, tackle anti-Muslim bias, Islamophobia, to think about things that work well, that have been attempted and haven't worked so well, and things that have been attempted, implemented, and have actually been perhaps detrimental to these efforts. When we think broadly in terms of strategies, of course, there's no need to limit them to community engagement, interfaith dialogue, education, but also how we tackle media misinformation, whether it be social media, whether it be mainstream media. There's a huge field there to think about. To kickstart the discussion, we're grateful that Rabbi David has provided a video recorded reflection, and so we will now play that, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm very disappointed that I am not able to participate in person in this important conference. I was excited to meet all of you and learn from you. I'd like to share a few thoughts about combating anti-Muslim hatred. Anti-Muslim hatred is unique in its causes and expressions, and these must be addressed in their specificity, as I'm sure my colleagues will do. Debunking stereotypes and countering mis- and disinformation are crucial, as is learning from Muslims how they define themselves. At the same time, I believe that education about the nature of hatred as a societal phenomenon, how hate operates and escalates and feeds on itself, how it can be exploited, should also be a key component in countering anti-Muslim hatred and other forms of hatred as well. Shifting the focus from any specific target of hate places the learners themselves at the center and provides a conceptual framework and tools so that learners can recognize hateful ideas, speech, and action in themselves and in others. Some of you, I imagine, are familiar with the pyramid of hate, which is one example of such a framework. If you aren't familiar, it's easy to find online. It demonstrates how hate speech can lead to social avoidance and exclusion, discrimination, violence, and ultimately extermination. This knowledge can then be applied to the specific instances of hatred that we encounter in our day-to-day lives. This kind of education can be empowering and transformative. I'd now like to say a few words about emphasizing diversity. One of the hallmarks of bias is viewing the other as a monolith, a single, undifferentiated entity in which all members are basically identical. All Muslims are. Problematizing that perception of uniformity is, for many, an essential first step to greater awareness. Making the shift from all Muslims to some Muslims can be a turning point in the development of a more nuanced and fact-based understanding of the Muslims we meet in our day-to-day lives and of Islam. In this regard, I'm seeing, at least in some academic settings, the increased use of the plural, and I hope this isn't just an English thing, Islams, or Judaisms, or Christianities. When people hear this for the first time, it often provokes cognitive dissonance, which is a powerful way to challenge misconceptions of monolithic groups. Since my work is focused on interreligious relations, I want to conclude with a word about religious leadership. Interreligious literacy should be, in my view, an integral part of the curriculum for all religious leaders and should include the experience of dialogue. Religious leaders, especially younger religious leaders, are important influencers. When they have personal connections with those from other communities and can speak from the heart about these relationships and model that friendship, it can have a powerful effect. Supporting these kinds of opportunities would be, in my mind, a smart investment. I'm well aware that the strategies I've mentioned here are labor-intensive and very grassroots-oriented. I also recognize that efforts like this will yield slow and incremental change. Therefore, they must be part of a wider, multifaceted campaign using all the tools available. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Owen. Rabbi David's not here to hear the thanks, but we will certainly convey our gratitude. I think he laid the ground very well in terms of highlighting a number of key strategies to combat Islamophobia, anti-Muslim hatred. So now I'll ask Surindapal to continue the conversation, please.
Picking up also from David and some of the things that we stated earlier, the very first thing I think we need to look at is to address head-on the homogenizing discourses that are there. And we need to highlight that Muslims are diverse, they're heterogeneous, they're not homogeneous. So that is the first thing that we need to do. And it's not just that, we need to put forward the positive stories of how Muslims are integrated into the societies in which they live. However, these stories are few and far between, and these are the stories that should come out. And the other thing we need to do is critique the entire systemic mechanism through which Islamophobia is enacted. That is that of the clash of civilizations and the incompatibility of Islam with Western ideals. We need to critique that. And if we critique that, then we are critiquing the stance that the far right takes. We're critiquing the stance that, that draws a distinction between Islam and Muslims and the rest of the world, right? So we need to critique that, and we need to take a really, really hard stance about that. And we need to stop conflating religious Muslims with violence, because this, and I'm not talking about just Islamophobia, I'm talking about countering Islamophobia. Very often in countering Islamophobia, addressing Islamophobia, we go back to that trope again. So by going back to that same trope, we are reinforcing the very binaries on which Islamophobia is premised upon. So these are the things that I wanted to bring up. But however, I wanted to come up to some very concrete examples as well of how can we approach the current anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia in the world. And I will take three different aspects of it. One is the media representation, and I will look at social media as well. And then I will also talk about a little bit about community engagement, but this is in tandem with social media as well. And finally, I will look at amplifying Muslim voices. So all these strings are integrated, and I do want to bring these up quite crucially, if you want to put it that way. So the media is a hotbed for misrepresentation. Very often, the representations of Muslims are based upon biological characteristics, upon racialized characteristics. So we do have that. And of course, added into the mix of social media, as Farid rightly pointed out, and Iman, I think you pointed that out as well. When you bring this in, you have this whole echo chamber of people who recirculate and reify those same dialogues again and again, the same conversations again and again. So how do we disrupt these conversations? How do we disrupt these representations? Well, the first thing is, we need to recognize the power of the media itself and the fact that the media has its agenda. The fact that the media has a certain frame in mind when they are representing Muslims or any particular issue in the world. And that's the framing that we need to disrupt. And how do we do it? Well, media literacy is one, but we need to engage with journalists. We need to engage with not just the journalists, but the powers that be, because the journalists are doing their job. Right? They are told, do this for clicks, do this for this, do this for that. It's the ideological background of the owners of that particular news center or that media center that needs to be talked to. The dialogue is essential there to understand that there are many ways of representing people. So that's one. The other thing is promoting media literacy and critical thinking amongst people in general. You know, not to read and say, well, that is the whole truth, and that's how I'm going to accept it. We should be able to look at it and critique it ourselves. And I do find that over the, I don't know, in the last few decades, there has been less and less emphasis on critical thinking skills and literacy in this sense. And even when it comes to social media, digital literacy, because people who are in their echo chambers think that's the world. Everybody thinks that way. So this lack of digital literacy is something that we really need to address. So by doing that, we can focus on reducing the stereotypes. I'd also like to bring up the whole notion of social media and it being an echo chamber. Well, it doesn't have to be an echo chamber. I think we're living in a world where there are huge technological advances every single day. We're looking at ChatGPT 4, 5. We've moved on, you know, so much. We've got algorithms that can help us. So these are the algorithms that need to be brought into play when we are addressing Islamophobia in social media. The first thing is the platforms need to be taken to task. They need to be taken to task. They need to embed algorithms within the platforms itself that can recognize hate speech, and not just that, but can collect data to look at new forms of slurs, new forms of representation that fall into the category of discrimination and prejudice. That's the first thing. The second thing is fact-checking. Every social media platform should have that fact-checking dimension to it. No matter what happens, whoever posts whatever, there must be an automatic fact-checker that comes up and says, you know, this isn't quite accurate. The more accurate way to represent this would be A, B, and C. The third thing I would like to say is leverage upon the algorithms of AI. I mean, AI itself. AI can look at predictive tools and you can look at the trends of conversation on social media or even in media themselves. We can look at the trends in the last 10 years, in the last 5 years, in the last year, in the last month. Where are the spikes? And when the spikes come, you can predict when the next spike is coming. This is where intervention comes in. You can actually release content. You can release curated content, quick and easy, to rebut what is being stated. And very often we tend to be a bit complacent about that, and we tend to use very traditional means, but we can actually use the power and leverage of the affordances of the tools that we're presented with in order to address this particular phenomenon. So this is one of those things that I wanted to bring up. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the whole notion of community engagement. I think it's essential that we engage with communities, and it's essential that we engage with both Muslim communities in order to engage with other communities. So we need to have that particular thing, breaking of fast, iftar, and things like that. In Malaysia, it's a shared communal experience for everyone. So there is a cultural understanding of what this is all about. So that kind of engagement needs to be present, and it needs to be emphasized on a regular basis. The other thing I wanted to talk about is amplifying Muslim voices. What we have here, as I said earlier, the positive stories are not talked about too much, but by amplifying Muslim voices, we are able to bring out the positive stories. We are able to bring out different narratives that can counter the effects of Islamophobia and can counter Islamophobia by itself. So these are some of these things. Social media is amazing when it comes to some of these things, but it's not the only tool. We do have many other tools. And I just wanted to go through a list of certain things that we have here. So the first thing is we need that sorry, the word is difficult on my tongue, plurality of Muslim representation in the media. We don't need homogeneous representations. We need diversity. We need plurality. And I believe the RIS test is there. I think those of us from the UK, those people from the UK will be I think it's modeled after the Bechdel test. And It's created by the filmmaker Riz Ahmad, and it looks at how Muslims are represented in film, in TV, and it challenges the producers to depict Muslim characters without associating them with violence, without associating them with terrorism, associating them instead with their lived experiences every day in their everyday lives and the contributions that they make to society. The other thing is the other media professionals, journalists and things like that, they look, the Muslim Women's Media Network, that has come up with many different ways. They offer workshops, networking events, mentorship opportunities where Muslim women are put front and center, and they are the voices of other Muslims, and it makes sense because you see women are the ones who are actually victimized in many different ways, not just through race, religion, but also through their gender. So these are the things that, some of the things that have worked and are working right now. Campaigns on social media, you've got #MyNameIs campaign, all right? And you've got other campaigns that talk about, my hijab, where women actually come up and talk about their experiences about wearing the hijab and what it means to them. So this counters the narratives that are put forward by a very homogenous right-wing, hard stance that actually doesn't even see the diverse experiences or the lived realities of people. So you do have that. I think one of the key things here is media training for editors, journalists. That's key here. And how are we going to do it? Well, I am at a loss. I'll be honest, at a loss, because this is a really hegemonic industry we are talking about, and a hegemonic industry with very, very strong ideological stances. So, however, foundations can do their work. You can have resources where journalists can learn to recognize the stereotypes, because what is most damaging is not just, the overt representations of Muslims as violent or radicalization, that's there, but the more insidious, normalized representations, all Muslims are like this. So if journalists can learn to avoid those pitfalls, it really helps. So, there's much more that I can talk about, but I think for now that's about it, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a very full response, very helpful ideas and pointers to what we should be doing. We are doing many of those things, but what we can do further and better. And I was waiting for the moment when AI finally made its way into the conference, because we live in an age where AI is almost, all-encompassing. It's omnipresent. I don't want to make too many God-related analogies here in relation to AI, but we know the challenges it poses, the adverse impacts it has, but of course it is also a force potentially for good, for tolerance, promoting equality, respect, and I think you've touched on perhaps a feature of AI that could be used in terms of countering anti-Muslim bias online. I'll now ask Saida and Farid to add to this, particularly your thoughts on opportunities that we haven't grasped in relation to what is missing, or what we can do better. So I'll ask maybe Saida or Farid, who would like to go first? Farid?
I'll say a few words and pass on to my learned colleague. I think the opportunity, as touched on earlier, social media is not going to go away, but we need it to be regulated. And I know countries are trying to find ways to do that, but in the same way that we regulate other aspects of media, I think time has now come. It can do a lot of good, but if it's left unchecked, it will do a lot more harm. The second thing is that I think for leaders and leadership in particular is, we talk about Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hatred, and I could describe it as there are lots of fires that are out there burning, as a result of this. So leadership should stop starting new fires. There's two ways to solve a problem. One, you do not make it worse, and second, you take action to the problem that's already out there. So nuances and terminology that's used by leaders, I think, needs to be carefully thought about and reflected. And then, of course, education, as has been mentioned already, it is absolutely vital, because in this day and age, the attention span of people, and children in particular, is shortening the way they're learning is through shock value of short videos, short messages. And that system needs to change. So I think there's a challenge to the education system of how do you put that into place, because by putting that step into place now, you will have hope for the future. And lastly, I would say words matter, terminology matters. I think you mentioned that it's very important to distinguish between the faith and the actions of people who claim to follow that faith. And I think that's really powerful. Islam, Judaism, Christianity are religions, noble religions, and I think we need to make a conscious effort to distinguish, to separate. You could almost say a separation of church and state, to separate the issues, the political issues, from the faith. That will have an impact on how people perceive problems. You talked about the allegations that Muslims do not integrate. Interesting, because it comes often from countries that have colonial histories. You have issues where Muslims are described as Islamic extremists. That terminology is not used to describe other extremists based on faith. So words matter, and they have consequences, and these are small steps that can have huge impact in society. Thank you.
Yeah, I would also just underline what was already mentioned, that as you said, amplifying the Muslim voice. Just to give concrete examples of my experience of living and working in Switzerland and Germany, and monitoring the society in France, where Muslims are not present in the media or politics, the fear is bigger wherever it is. So in the case of Switzerland, when you go to the streets, you hardly see Muslim presence. So they have 5% of the population are Muslims, just as big as the Muslim population in Germany. But when you go to the streets, you do not see women, hardly see women with headscarves, or dark-skinned Muslims. Well, Muslims are racialized, and Middle Easterners are Muslimized, but you don't see them because the majority of Muslims in Switzerland are from the Balkan region. So you don't see their presence in the society as to get the fear. But Islam is always the topic of controversy in politics. So, Switzerland is the only country on earth where minarets are forbidden. And you don't see Muslims in the society. I don't know where from comes this fear. So 2009, there was this very famous picture. There was this referendum whether it's allowed to have minarets or not, and the majority said no, because the propaganda the right wing made was like a poster they made where you see the Swiss flag with the minarets in the form of missiles on the Swiss flag, and a woman with burqa. On the street, you don't see any woman with burqa, and based on statistics, only 40 women in the whole population, 8 million population of the Swiss wear burqa. But burqa debate is always present in the politics and the media, and it's also banned. Minarets are always the topic of discussion, whereas you hardly see halal restaurants, you hardly see Muslim appearing women or men on the street. Whereas in Germany, Muslims, you see Islam on the streets, and the fear is less because Muslims are very present in the media. Muslims speak for themselves. And if you compare with France, Muslims are not in the talk shows or in the media. It's talked about. So France has the largest Muslim community in Europe, and you do not see them in the media talking on their own behalf. They are talked about. The same in Switzerland. So the case of Germany for me is like a successful case where you have Muslims speaking in the media. Germany established 2011 Islamic theology in universities because they said Muslim students have the right at school to get education about their own religion so that they would not go to that Salafi imam and get the education there. So they started with 5 centers. It grew now with 7 centers where in academia they teach Islamic theology. But still Muslim community do not trust them. And unfortunately, after the 7th of October, the atmosphere, in politics and the media, is so Islamophobic that trust is lost. So it was a successful case. Germany is a successful case, which unfortunately after 7th of October all the trust which was built between the Muslim community and the government is now to a very big extent lost. So there is way, there are hopeful, there are projects that were successful, but it can at any time, like at critical moments, change and shift. So, yeah.
Thank you, Saida. Thank you, Farid. Well, we have a little bit of time still for reflections, comments, reactions, and questions from the floor. So the floor is open. Yes, we have a hand there, please. Just tell us.
This one? Here, sure. Thank you. So I'd like to address a question to Professor Kaur or to Mr. Ahmed, whoever wants to field it. Professor Kaur talked about the issue of representations. Just to quote a few key words I wrote down: representations, othering, bias, prejudice, misinformation, conflating religious Muslims with violence. Now, I'd like to just last two terms: misinformation and conflating religious Muslims with violence. If it's an issue of misinformation, and we're interested in, and she also said that dialogue is essential, and I definitely, of course, agree with this. Now, if dialogue is essential, and dialogue is about not trying to score political points or engage in recreational rage, but to solve real-world issues, and it's an issue of misinformation, I am looking for the information. I can't seem to find proper statistics on opinions in the Muslim community about things they're being accused of. If they are being accused of being conflated with violence, I'd like to see statistics on what the actual opinions. In other words, instead of just scoring political points, I'd like to see what the opinions actually are. I'd like to see a list of the statements of leadership, Muslim leadership around the world. I think it can easily be compiled in good faith, a list of what they believe factually, not just television pundits. I'm aware of statistics that were done in statistical work that was done in the vicinity of Peshawar in Pakistan, a survey that was done in Bangladesh, which showed that there was large support for violence against Shia, against Ahmadis, Jews they didn't even ask. And I'm wondering whether, and of course I can reference the Munir report, the foundational moment after the anti-Ahmadi riots of 1953, the Munir report of 1954, where the foundational moment of liberalism in Pakistan, where a Pakistani judge in 1954 seemed very keen on addressing the actual issues of communal violence in Pakistan and called all the religious leaders to testify before the committee. Now, I'm curious whether a Munir report could be compiled, could be done in good faith in Europe, and whether, if we actually want to solve the problems, we could compile statistics, compile the statements of leaders, and address the communities in good faith to try to address things that actually need to be fixed if they are found to be so.
Thank you very much. Who would like to? Farid, would you like to? I think we had a bit of a sound issue. Would you like to just very quickly, in a nutshell, just distill your reflection into the actual question you would like the panel to do?
And maybe, yes, in one sentence, yes. No? Yes, I am Yishai Rosenman from Jerusalem. I work at Charaka NGO, an NGO that deals in diplomacy with the Muslim world, particularly with the Abraham Accord countries, but with the Muslim world in general. My question was, if it is an issue of misrepresentation and there are attempts of political point scoring and recreational rage, shouldn't we be interested in getting the actual information, exact statistics about in other words, Muslims are being, Professor Kaur said, are being conflating religious Muslims with violence. I wanted to ask, shouldn't we have actual statistics and compilation statements by leaders of Muslim communities on whether they do or do not believe in violence against Shias, Ahmadis, Jews, hudud punishments, etc. Shouldn't it be more factual, have statistics, statements, and then try to address the actual issues rather than engage in point scoring and Twitter battles?
Yeah, thank you for that. I absolutely agree with you. There should be people coming forward to make factual statements, backed up with statistics, backed up with data. I'm a big fan of data, and you should have that. But my question to everybody here is, does the onus only fall on the Muslims to do this?
No, of course not. Everyone, yes.
I think we need to work as a collective. Because by doing that, we're again drawing a distinction. It should be a collective that works together, that says, okay, there's this kind of discrimination and prejudice, this kind of misrepresentation, and we're going to address this. Then there is this. There are many different kinds of misrepresentation. As a collective, as perhaps I'm being very idealistic here, as humanity, it is incumbent upon us to take responsibility to correct a whole bunch of misrepresentations. But maybe Fareed, you have something to say?
Thank you. I agree. There should be facts, so a collection of facts, and it should be, I think, broader than just Muslims as well, because it's in the interest of the broader community. You mentioned about the Munir inquiry and the violence against Ahmadis and Shias and other communities. It's interesting, the Munir inquiry report actually concluded that when they asked the people who are carrying out the violence, can you define what a Muslim is? And no two Muslims could agree on a definition. Now you could argue that may apply to other faiths as well. But the point of that inquiry was to say that people should have the right to self-identify, and that's a right that I think is upheld by the Quran and other scriptures. So I think in my sort of remarks I said that there needs to be honesty in the debate, and I mentioned that the reactions and actions of some Muslims do not help their cause. And I would also agree that the same applies to other faith communities as well. The difference, I suppose, is the perception, at least, that the magnification of what happens in the case of Muslims appears to be far greater and disproportionate compared to others. So a search for the facts would be very welcome.
Thank you for those responses. Are there any other questions or reflections or comments from the floor? Looking around? Yes, please. Over there, yes. Could you introduce yourself and then comment?
Okay, hello. My name is Michal Pelíšek. I'm from the Federation of Jewish Communities here in the Czech Republic. And I have actually two remarks. First one is that I would like to just to mention that the word you are describing is completely different to the word of my experience, and I just wanted to share with you that my experience is completely different. And second is that if we are talking about Islamophobia or anti-Muslim adversity, I have a feeling that it comes mainly from the fear and experience of extremism, Islamism, and violence and terrorism. And I would like to ask you, because I have not heard much about it, what is the position of the representatives of the Muslim communities against the violence of the Islamists? Because I have really not seen much of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who would like to address that.
Thank you. So if I've understood the question correctly, you're saying what is the position of the Muslim community on violence? Is that correct?
Not just that, but also why I don't see any like showing up the position. Thank you.
Okay. So why it's not forthcoming after incident? I think it's interesting because in the UK, I'm from London, so we feel that we've apologized a lot after every extremist incident. Statements are issued condemning the violence and also clarifying how the faith does not support such violence under any circumstances. And the challenge is always getting that to be portrayed in the media, which prefers to portray provocative voices rather than voices for peace. So that's a shared challenge that we are ready, willing, and have many times, and this is true across different Muslim communities, to speak against violence. The challenge is, how do you get that across in the media when the media isn't interested? So certainly happy to talk to you afterwards as well, but there is a sort of consistent denial, a consistent action on our side, and that will continue because that's our duty. And that will continue against all forms of violence, be it by so-called Muslims or be it by other faith communities as well. Because faith is about peace. Whichever faith people belong to, it's about peace. So we will always stand up for peace. Thank you.
Well, as I mentioned, I think I've mentioned, we admitted that there is violence amongst Muslims, and the victims of the violence are Muslims. Like, they are not just Westerners. The big number, based on its statistics, 80 to 90% of the victims of fundamentalism in the Muslim world are Muslims. But the view is very Eurocentric. So if there's a terrorist attack in Charlie Hebdo or something, the whole world talks about it, and the whole world expects that Muslims condemn that. But like Hazaras in Afghanistan, they're Shiites. They are being killed systematically by Taliban. There are terrorist attacks, and so nobody talks about that. You don't even hear about that. Or like ISIS politics, they were like, their agenda was against Shiites. So how do you expect us to condemn that? We don't regard them as, like, they are Muslims, of course, but what they are doing in the name of Islam, we don't accept it, so why should we condemn it? So I think your question is a bit Eurocentric, not seeing that the big victim of fundamentalism and violence amongst Muslims are Muslims themselves. And what is here presented is Islamic fundamentalism against the West, which is a wrong narrative, which is a very Eurocentric narrative, because you don't hear about Muslims being killed in the Muslim world through terrorism, acts of terrorism.
Well, we are approaching the end. We have, yes, with just very brief, Mohammed, yes, please.
But I felt, I don't want to take the floor, but I felt I need to speak here. And this is reminding me an old story that we are not hearing much about the condemnation of extremism, violent extremism from the Muslims. We understand that a number of fatwas, a number of positions were set in the past couple of decades, absolutely correct. Now, I wanna mention a couple of things. One is that we need to acknowledge extremism and religious extremism exist in all religions. And let's acknowledge, to my knowledge, that there is no mechanism or there is no structured mechanism right now in an inter-religious dialogue in addressing those extremisms, right? So you talk about the Ahmadiyya or all of that, the Sunnah and Shia, there is no platform to have a discussion. Similarly, in the Jewish community, you don't see a platform between different Jewish denominations addressing some issues pertaining to extremism in the Christian communities and so forth and so on. We need to address that first, then before we move to the interreligious aspect of it. So we have to address that first. Now, and then there is a collective responsibility of religious communities. If a specific community came up with condemnation of extremism or terrorism, it is the responsibility for the other faith community to make that available. Example, in the United States, when the Muslim community after September 11th issues a position on terrorism and religious extremism, you know who put it in the National Press Club and carried it live on C-SPAN on all the media? It was the evangelical communities. Did the luncheon of the month. The evangelicals, they did that just to promote it, and they accepted the document from the Muslim communities. Thank you, Zisha.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm looking at Robert to see if there's any way we can extend this. No, we can't. So I'm sorry, Iman. We have to defer or continue the conversation over lunch, and I wouldn't want to put myself between you and lunch. That would make me the most unpopular person in Prague today. But I, on your behalf, in drawing this panel discussion to a close, want to thank our very eminent contributors and panelists, to Saida, to Farid, Surindapal, for their excellent, insightful, rich contributions. I think we've covered a lot of ground. There's a lot more ground to cover. That's why we have the breaks, and that's why we hopefully will have further events like this to build on these important conversations and to extend our understanding into new areas. So thank you all. Enjoy lunch, and I think we reconvene in an hour for the third panel session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with the third and last panel, with the most important question: how can interculture and interfaith dialogue help to restore peace? And I'm very glad that we have great chair of this panel, Klema Steuer, who is senior researcher in the Institute of International Relations, Prague. Klema.
Thank you, Ambassador Jehak. So, thank you all for coming. We will discuss this afternoon the last panel about peace and how interfaith dialogue can help to restore and maintain peace. So we have 4 distinguished speakers. So from the left to the right, we have Mohammed Mossad, Sheikh El-Mahfouz, Ms. Hannah Benkowski, and Mr. Martin Rötting. So I will start by asking each of you, starting from the left, to introduce yourself actually. So quickly introduce yourself and how are you involved with these issues of interfaith dialogue and peace, in order to give some context also to the audience before I go with actual questions. So please, Mr. Mossad, you can start.
So my name is Mohammed. This is the American name. My real name is Mohammed Mossad Abdelaziz Mohammed, and I always give extra credit to my students who can pronounce my name. And I have started interfaith dialogue activities very long time ago. I remember maybe in 1994 or 1995, right after Oslo, when a group of Egyptian, at that time, young Egyptians, they thought that this is a time to start talking with our neighbors. I'm a co-founder of Middle East Abrahamic Forum. I was on the global steering committee of United Religions Initiative. I worked with the International Council of Christians and Jews, the International Association of Religious Freedom, the World Council of Churches, and the Foundation for Religious Diplomacy, a founder of what else? North Arizona Jewish-Muslim Alliance. I have written many articles about peace, and now I teach Islamic Studies and Sociology of Religion at Arizona.
Thank you. Sheikh Al-Mahfouz.
My name is Sheikh Mahfouz Ben Baya. I'm the son of Sheikh Abdullah Ben Baya. He sent me in 1999 to study in America, and in 2001, September 11 happened, and it's, of course, taken me away from what I was planning to achieve in education, because my religion has been hijacked, and I have to fight to get it back, and then start that journey from there. Of course, I've been prepared well. After 1 year or 2 years in America, I married an Irish woman, American. Her Grandma Jane, my God, put mercy in her soul. I was taking her to church because she was 90 years old. And I learned from there my practice with the family. I learned a few things, not just about religion, but about cultural life, and about how the American love to go down in the stairs in the middle of night to take a cookies and a glass of milk. So that's something you need to learn too. Then a few years later, in this journey, I start calling 2 people, each one of them my uncle. One, David Rosen. I learned from him a lot of things. And one is Dr. William Vendley from United States, one Catholic and one Jewish. So the friend of my father. That journey takes us to have a few big battles against extremism. One of them is Mardin Conference. In Mardin Conference, they base their philosophy, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all of them, in one particular fatwa of Ibn Taymiyyah. the famous Muslim scholar. They interpreted that they have right to declare war against the world. And we find out that fatwa has misprinted. So they base the whole philosophy of violence and this misprint. It's dealing, they read it in Arabic, killing. Yuqatil, yu'amal. So because in the old manuscript, they write it kill, but it's deal. So we find the old manuscript in Damascus library, and we did a conference in Turkish. Then that conference, so the fight of countries start against ISIS and Al-Qaeda in 2001. The conference was 2009, 2011, 2009. The Al-Qaeda, they respond 5 times against our conference, small conference. And they never make any statement against any government conference because they feel threat by what we're doing. So we're trying to correct and to dig in our religion to see what's wrong, what's guide these groups to the violence, and what make them take our kids to that path. So that's my journey, and I'm still in it. And seems like, as my dad said, working for peace, and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed always remind us, is from cradle to the grave. And it's no retirement waiting for me. So I'm going to keep working, and sorry for...
Thank you.
So my name is Hannah Bendikovsky. I'm from Jerusalem, from Israel. I'm working for the Rossing Center for Education and Dialogue. I'm involved in Jewish-Christian dialogue, specialized in Jewish-Christian dialogue in the Israeli context. And we in the organization trying to promote shared society, especially creating and promoting the will and the capacity to build shared society in the Holy Land.
My name is Martin Rötting. I'm working at the university in Salzburg as a professor of religious studies. And one of my areas is interfaith dialogue, researching the process, but also training people. What brought me to dialogue was my own spiritual journey, exactly into Buddhism in the 80s, and then back into Christianity. I wanted to understand what was happening. But soon, you mentioned 9/11, other religions and situations came in. I'm a German, so the German history comes on the agenda, of course, as well, Christian-Jewish relations. And we started then finding an NGO and training people as multiplicators in basic grassroots groups. Soon found out that this is encouraging in the beginning, but tiring at the end, because you have to sustain the dialogue. And that just starting it is nice, but how you sustain it became a very important question. So we understood that we have to create space. So we created a space for learning, interreligious learning. That's the College of Interreligious Studies in Munich. Basically, we rent half a monastery to put students in there, which live together, and then they have internships together and reflect academically on what they experience. So all that processes are the basement of my own research, understanding or trying to learn from our own mistakes, but also our chances of interreligious learning.
So thank you very much. So my first question will be about, because peace is at the heart of message of every religion, but I wanted to know, according to you, what is the specificity of the discourse of religion about peace? What is distinctive contribution of religion to the public debate regarding the notion of peace? So could you also, from the left to the right again, and in 4-5 minutes maximums if you want to discuss after that. Thank you.
I expected to be the last to talk. It's just, can I go to the right? It's, so I teach, and I know that the most challenging lecture is usually the early afternoon, because this is the perfect time for a nap. So I apologize for you. I tell my students, you can sleep all you want, just don't snore, because then you are interrupting me. And I want to start by thanking His Excellency, Ambassador Robert Jihak. I have known him for a long time, long before he became His Excellency Ambassador Jihak. And it was so long, Robert. I remember when we both had full hair. So it happened. So, well, the first response to a question about religion and peace may be very unexpected for me, and it's fear. I will be cautious, because on the one hand, you want to have a secular society where religion does not intervene in peace, and on the other hand, then you go back to religious people and ask them to talk about something that's very political. And I remember when France prohibited and banned the veil, and then the Prime Minister of France visited Egypt and came back to say, you are allowed not to put on the veil, because I asked the Grand Sheikh of Al-Azhar, and he said, yes, they can remove the veil. So to establish a secularization in France, he needed fatwa from Sheikh Al-Azhar, and that's just a contradiction. So we have to be a little bit cautious here. The other thing is also to realize the limitations of religion. It's not, there is no magic religious pattern, so, oh, you are religious, let's push this, and the person is immediately peaceful. That's not going to happen. And all conflicts, not most conflicts, all conflicts have many factors to agitate it and start it, and religion is only one factor. And sometimes it doesn't exist at all. So when we approach this, we have also to be humble, that there is only one thing, one angle, maybe we try to handle it, but the work of peace is a work that will be conducted by other economists, politicians, other people, not us. We don't have the final solution. One other thing I will also say very cautiously is that don't expect that you will open scripture and you find pages and pages about peace. You will find pages about war, you will find pages about justice, you will find pages about struggling. So the assumptions, the innocent assumptions that, oh, just go back to religion, it must be talking about peace, that's a simplistic way to see it, and this scripture is very convoluted, very deep, has historical interpretations behind it, historical experience, and it's not impossible, but just repeating statements about peace, that might not be the best solution. And I always wonder if we will one time have the courage to meet and let's talk about war in religions and what religious concepts in your text, stimulates war. And let's look into them and analyze them and understand them. And then maybe we can move forward a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Yasher.
I think when it's come to, first I want to thank you guys for always putting me in a difficult situation between the academic, and I'm not academic that much. But thank you, Ambassador, for always trying to keep giving hope and working hard to make this happen, and give us a chance again to visit Prague, the lovely city. When it's come to dialogue and religion, I will suggest always to have the first lecture in every dialogue is about etiquette of disagreement. So we need to learn how to have etiquette of disagreement. So it's very important, if you disagree with me or you agree with me, to know when I answer this call and this invitation, I have a good attention to be part of something. So, and when I come to be part of something, you agree with me or you disagree with me, you should always get excuse for me. Maybe I don't know enough, maybe I need more time. That's first as a group. I'm sure everyone sitting here is going to leave this conference as a messenger for this movement. This movement, they're from good people. They have good attention. And they're not having enough time just to spend it in it. They don't have sources to spend it in it, but they're doing their best. They're trying really their best to make this continue and to make this hope. And there are prisoners of hope, as me, as I always said, I'm a prisoner of hope. So I think to have, to teach ethics of disagreement, it's very important. Second, I think we need other lecture, religion for dummies. So sometimes we know what we don't like about other religion, but we don't know what is good in the other religion. In Africa, tribes, there is a lot of tribes, I know them in the Sahel, when they, in their traditional, sometimes they're not in the same religion, they don't speak the same language, like Fulan, Bambari, others. So, but when they meet, they have one agreement. If you said something bad about my culture, you should yourself feel shame. So, and when you feel shame, we're not gonna tell you that you did something wrong, but we're gonna remind you about your good quality. So usually the one who do one mistake, he never repeat it again, because you told him that. So don't please bring me as a Muslim and tell me, oh, you treat this, you treat that. No, say to me, look, you have beautiful civilization. You protect your minority for 1,300 years. You still have that minority there, some of them still exist. But these last 100 years, things change. There is extremism. There is colonization. There is a lot of things. But please, don't put all that blame to my religion. And to tell me I have no history, no. Second thing, don't try to legitimize your religion violence. So you have double standard. You told me to be peaceful, and you're okay with your religion to don't be peaceful. So that's not nice. So please, we are clever, and we understand, and we're listening. And we have nothing now putting pressure on us to say or to do something we don't want to do or we don't want to say. We believe in it. We believe in freedom of religion for all. This is the truth. I'm coming from Abu Dhabi, and Saudi Arabia in the steppes, and Egypt, they're listening, they're trying. And we set up the best example in our peninsula for the last 1,400 years in UAE. But people, they don't know how difficult is it. It's a revolution, concept revolution. We're interpreting. We're just gonna produce now 15-volume encyclopedia for peace in the first time of history of Muslims. That encyclopedia, it has 62 concepts being interpreted differently just to serve in freedom of religion, to serve in coexistence, to serve to integrate the 1,400,000,000 Muslims to the world. We don't need clash of civilization. Believe me, we don't need nuclear war or clash of civilization. We need to live in peace. And don't worry about it, don't see these thousands of people joining this movement. Toynbee said, always the creative minority is the one that saves the world. I hope we are a creative minority, or minimum, or from the people that they're doing their best, and to God they're leaving the rest. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
So actually talking about peace these days, it's not easy for me coming from Israel. I feel that the word a bit lost its meaning. It's hard to talk about peace when there's so much suffering and pain and death for Israelis and Palestinians, where we're in very ongoing war. And I don't want to bring quotes from the Jewish tradition in time when a lot of religious people abuse the language of the scriptures in order to justify war, and it drives them to cause suffering for others. I don't want to quote, I would agree with Mohammed, I don't want to quote from the Bible, from rabbinical text, to say that Judaism is all about peace, because that would go against my integrity. So I'm looking for something within Judaism that would give me hope for peace. And that's the concept of repairing the world, tikkun olam. It's not a biblical, actually, it's rabbinical concept. It appears in the Mishnah, in the rabbinical text, and it talks, actually in different contexts, they talk about certain things that you do, not because it's the law, not because these are the rules, but just to make the world a better place, to make it appropriate. So, you know, you have the law, and then you have the things that you do in order to repair the world. That's how you maintain the society. But in the 1950s and to the 70s, among liberal Jews in the US mainly, they started to interpret this concept in a different way. And it arrived in Israel like everything. It takes time to get to Israel, to the more modern Orthodox Judaism in Israel only the last couple of years. So we also use this concept of repairing the world. And what does it mean in the new modern interpretation? This idea is that we're obliged to repair the world in a sense of justice, of fraternity, of charity. It's an individual's responsibility, but the responsibility of the community to make this place a better world, to make it more just, more fair, and more equal. And repairing the world, it doesn't mean that everyone has to be like me. It doesn't mean that people are broken and I have to repair them. It's something about us as human that need to be repaired. And this is each and every one's responsibility to repair it. And we have to fight for justice and for equality and to help the weak and the people in need and to give charity and to have compassion, human compassion, and developed compassion for other people. And as I said, fraternity, human fraternity. And in these days, that's at home, that's what helps me to continue, to deal with the sometimes lack of possibility to influence, the feeling of powerless in the time when you are in the middle of a war. So when I'm working and feeling that I'm part of the tikkun olam, of this repairing the world, and I'm building relationship with others and creating awareness, I'm actually helping to repair the society, and by that we may be doing another step toward peace.
When I got the question, how can religions and religious positions make a contribution to the public debate on peace, I was thinking, and immediately came into my mind, the image of when during the protest against the Vietnam War, religious people took stands together with others and demonstrated in a non-violent way. So you had the Dalai Lama, Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist monk, Martin Luther King, people of different color, different backgrounds, different religions, joining together, and that definitely made an impact. Another image came into my mind in 1986 in the Philippines. There was a rosary revolution. Nuns, but also faithful Catholics, prayed the rosary, and by that way they could stop military tanks moving into town. And a third image came into my mind was a group of students during the Nazi regime in Munich. They wrote leaflets to other students in Munich University. It's called the White Rose Group. But then, thinking about them, I know them, but did they make an impact, or could they stop the regime? No, they couldn't, and others could. But looking deeper and in research, when we investigate in how does this peace process people get their courage in order to stand up and do what they do, and how can they be successful, it's very necessary that we look into their biographies and into their own process of becoming what we could call a prophet of peace, put that in the marks. So when we look at individuals, then we find out that mostly everybody, we start with what we call a primary map of meaning. This is what we are born into. That's the cultural, sociocultural setting. And we cannot choose it and we cannot change it. We have to kind of deal with that. But very many people during their time of growing up, they encounter problems, and very often it is the problem of war, the problem of violence, depending on the region where they are. And they look for an alternative offer, And sometimes they do find it in their own religion, but very, very often they do find this inspirational point in another religion expressed. Even though it is in their own, they can see it better, grasp it better in another religion. So these alternative maps of meaning, they do make a big contribution because they are identity shaping to our lives, and they make us what we are when we are adults. And then those people who are what we can call prophet of peace, they would navigate what you can call a salient map of meaning. That is combining your alternative with the fact of you growing up. And that is in fact already a result of interreligious dialogue. You cannot harmonize your own upbringing with the alternatives of it. That might be enemies in a certain time in history, if you have not checked this by yourself and with your biography. And of course, the religions do not come as a block. We hear this at many times. It's always diverse. So you cannot start learning dialogue by understanding the Islam or the Christianity or the Judaism. You always have to pick a linking point of contact. And here I think is the wisdom of dialogue approach. What kind of points of contacts do we pick? What is appropriate in a certain situation? Is it a minute of silence? Is it sharing a light? Is it inviting to a meal? Is it a conference? Is it writing a book? We usually do not know until we don't try. But that contribution of providing a poem, for example, Thich Nhat Hanh was very famous for peace poems he did. The right thing to provide will help those prophets of peace to contribute then, because what they've been learning had been growing for years. So both is important. To foster the prophet, that means we have to encourage grassroots levels, but also to give them the environment that they can then speak out. And this is why nations and states come in. Only in a secular state with free speech, prophets of peace will survive what they say.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for also respecting time constraint. So second question is, because, and some of you mentioned this already, we all feel powerless in time of war. And my question would be, what can we do and what intercultural and interfaith dialogue can do to have an impact on conflict resolution? So how can we try to bring peace to the world by doing this intercultural and interfaith dialogue? So again, we will start from the left, and again for 5 minutes, please.
Well, I will talk from my own humble and very limited experience. We used to do two contradictory things. One of them is that in interfaith dialogue meetings, we talk, and this is when we invite scholars who understand what they are doing, we try to look into conflict-creating concepts. For instance, that the land, religiously speaking, has very religious regulations that it must be governed by political authorities that belongs to this religion. That's something that's out there. That there is an apocalypse about a war with other people, where we will kill all of them or convert all of them. That's a problem right there in the religion. That this land is holy and it has its own regulations. It's not like any other land. That's another concept that's out there. And you can keep going on and on and on. The revelation, and you had the vision, and I saw such and such. So we let scholars talk about this and analyze these things and tell us what other scholars have said through the last millennia, for instance, because it doesn't have necessarily only one meaning as it is being used and abused by many people. When we invite the lay persons who are not, don't have strong scholastic background, we ask them to talk about their lives, their wives, their husbands, their kids, their struggles with schools, that's one thing. And also we ask them to talk about their own religious experience. What do they feel when they pray? What do they feel when they recite their text? And we find that you can easily connect all those people who used to be in conflict and in war, and they feel that they are connected at a very, very deep spiritual level. And I remember this one time when we invited someone who could be considered by many people as a radical Muslim, radical militant Muslim, and he would not accept the idea of sitting with a Jewish person and having a dialogue with, and I'm not about peace. Who says that you need to talk about peace? Just talk. You can talk. And when he came, first he started to talk, he made friendship, and I remember that at the last day of the meeting, he was telling me that he took the address of Sister Sarah. And Sister Sarah is a Jewish settler, but on his mind, she became sister, like all the sisters in Muslim sisters, because she has also a scarf on her head. So she became another sister that he will keep talking with her. So I believe that human beings are so complex and deep that if you restrain them only in one space, only talking about conflict, only talking about this, thinking that if you just solve this problem, everything will be all right, maybe we are doing the wrong thing. But if you take advantage of the other spaces of humans, personal, spiritual, social, all of this, and you keep building trust and dialogue, maybe eventually the last point, even if it will not disappear, it will not make as many problems as it is doing right now. I would always emphasize the need to invite not the peace-loving people, but the radicals. I always emphasize that we need to invite the settlers, we need to invite people from Hamas, we need to invite people from radical Islam, and the real success is when next meeting you look there and all those people are there, sitting in one room, talking with each other, trying to understand each other. That is the real challenge. That ignoring them is unacceptable. And one of the Israeli friends that I have been working with for maybe since 1995, he used to say that even if only 1/3 of Gaza Strip supports Hamas, it's impossible to have peace with the Palestinians without having a conversation with those people. So inviting those people and going through the challenge of listening to them and giving them space to talk, that's helpful to us and helpful to them as well. The last thing I have to say that we had this common joke, probably all of you know already about it, was the difference between monologue and dialogue. And monologue is one person is talking, the other person is listening. Dialogue, two persons, each of them is talking, no one is listening. So sometimes we take dialogue very lightly without understanding that it's one of the most difficult, transformative experiences when you lay yourself out there, honestly, open, exposed, vulnerable, and willing to let the other person do the same thing and listen with an open heart, not only with minds that taking notes and how can I argue against this and how can I refute this and I will bring more statistics but really lay yourself out there, listen carefully, understand that, maybe he's a bad person, but maybe he's not. Maybe he's just a father who wakes up like all of us in the morning, thinking about work, about buying lunch on his way back, thinking about his kids, and let's really listen to the other story. And when we do this, we are going forward.
Thank you. So we can.
I learned a lot from what he said, so I'm just going to repeat it. I think first we need to prepare questions that pre any kind of engagement to evaluate the level or the direction of the thinking of the people. And we did big experience in this. In 2006, 2007, we established a conference in North America, it's in Canada. And usually my dad, what he do, he asked everyone before he speak to write a question that he cannot ask for in front of people. So we've been ending collecting in one time 5,000 questions because it's the audience is 15,000 people. So we take them back with us and we start looking to them, categorizing the questions, and that's the beginning of us to understand what is the problems of the society. Some of them talking about jihad, some of them talking about their neighbors, non-Muslims. So we start learning from this question, where is the focus should be in addressing the problems of the community. So from that, just that questions, we find out we need two things. One, to have a dialogue among us, among Muslim scholars, Muslim specialists. And we gathered them in 2014 in Abu Dhabi, formed, and all of them came from Pakistan. The head of scholars Sunni in Pakistan, Taqi Uthmani, came. Others came from everywhere. The Mufti of Oman, others, around 400 people came to the conference. So we asked them to talk about the most urgent things. But we brought some Christians as observers and Jews to attend, but to observe how we're trying to do things. Then from that conference, we came out from next step until we had Alliance of Virtue. Before Alliance of Virtue, prepared by American Caravan for Peace, when it's just dialogue between American groups. We take them from America because you need to take these people out from their comfortable zone. If you want a real result from any group or commitment, please don't deal with it in their community. Every time you take them to the center or the government place in Prague, believe me, when they go back home, they go back to their community, they will forget anything you give, but take them out of it completely. If they're from Prague, take them to other city. If they're from other city, bring them to Prague. So always take them from outside from this. So we've been ending having 10 rabbis, 10 pastors, and 10 imams. And Chris Seppel is here, one of the leaders, lead this initiative. We take them to Abu Dhabi. Then from Abu Dhabi, we added more 10, but we keep the original there because we're gonna, say the story to the others. We became 20 imam, 20 rabbi, and 20 pastors, and we take them to Rabat, Morocco. Then we went back to Washington, and we have Washington Declaration. But it will surprise you, when I start connecting these people, leaders of Jewish community, they said, the evangelican, they don't want us to be with them. The evangelican told me, we don't want Jews with us. So I find myself, I'm Muslim, I want them to accept me. Now I find them both divided? What is this? This is a true story. I was surprised. But I thought we are the black sheep, but I find everybody he has his own thing against the other, even in the United States of America. And we met with Doc Cole, and we start in the picture. That is make everybody convinced to be with us. We went to Doc Cole house with Jonathan Sachs, and that when the power of the picture. When they saw my father sitting between them, that's the power of the picture. So then from that we start the journey of the American Caravan for Peace. And we resulted the new Alliance of Virtue. Alliance of Virtue, it will reviving Alliance of Virtue happened in Mecca before Islam, and has nothing to do with religion. It has to fight for poor people, weak people, and justice and their rights. And I think we have a lot of examples we can say, but the power of the picture is very important, and to don't wait is very important. Take people out from their zone of comfort is very important too. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I would say that I'm involved in interfaith dialogue for almost 27 years. I don't think we bring peace with interfaith dialogue. It's not enough. It's one of the things, that's what I can do, that's what we can do, but that's not the only solution. But I do want to talk about interfaith dialogue and its contribution to conflict resolution. First of all, the religion is the problem and part of the solution. But you cannot ignore religion. You cannot have conflict resolution without religion, definitely in our region. I allow myself, we're in the same region, because religion is such an important part of the identity of people. Religious identities are it's part of the national identity. It's not a matter of faith, it's a matter of community, it's a matter of connection. I always laugh that in the Holy Land, you can be a Muslim eating pork on Ramadan with wine, and you're still a Muslim, because, I mean, even religiously, but your identity as a Muslim is very strong, and you can be an atheist Jew who eat porks with cream on Yom Kippur, and you're still Jewish, and the same for Christians. So religious identity is not just about your relationship with God, it's more about your relationship with the community. And being a Christian in the Holy Land, being a Christian in other countries, or being a Muslim in different countries it has different meaning, so it's different identities. So religious identities are part of the national identities, and therefore you cannot have conflict resolution about national issue, a political issue, without talking about religion. Religious values has much more power than secular, non-religious values. I mean, people who dedicated to religious values or religious ideas tend to be more enthusiastic and motivated than people who come with other values. The problem is when political views are using religious language, and then the meaning of that would be that there's no place for compromises. So religious values have a lot of power, and we have to take that into consideration. In a way, interreligious dialogue is less intimidating than political dialogue. When we invite people to participate in interfaith dialogue, we are more likely to have more participants than if we invite them to talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Somehow people feel they don't have to persuade or convince anyone. It's clear that at the end of the day, we don't have to agree. I have my faith, you have your faith. We come here just to hear about each other. We don't have to get to any agreement or comparison. So we find it attract more people, but at the end, then what's the purpose? If we just talk about our faith and our culture and tradition, how can we solve a conflict like that? And usually when you bring people to talk just about interreligious issues, then you don't solve the big problem of the political issues. So you have to find a way in between. The other issue in interfaith dialogue is the question of who has the authority to be involved in interfaith dialogue. I remember many years that I was participating in dialogue when it was only for religious people to represent the religion. How religious are you that you can represent the Jewish religion or the Muslim religion? In many cases, they want titles, and in some religions, it's hard to get women with titles, so it's become also a gender issue. Only scholars maybe can participate, others, again, cannot represent. On the other hand, if you talk about interfaith dialogue, not as a dialogue between religious people or between religious leaders, but between people who follow a certain religious tradition, that allows more people to participate because they don't have to come with the knowledge, but they come with their experience. And then the advantage is that you can dismantle the fear, you can exchange knowledge, you can know better the other by listening to the other. So in a way, if you, dismantle this traditional way of looking at who has the authority to talk about religion, it could be very useful. The other advantage of interfaith dialogue that can help in conflict resolution is the fact that when we have a discussion about religion, we can talk about common values. And easily we can find common values in the religious tradition of each and every religion. The problem that I find is that sometimes getting religious people together, they find a common enemy. And the common enemy could be secularism, modernism, or sometimes another religion, a third religion. And that's something that happens a lot when Christian and Jews get together and then they agree that they don't like Muslims. So that's also a risk in talking about shared values. What also happened in interfaith is that there's a use of cliché and lack of honesty. As we said, people tend to quote only the right messages from the text instead of being honest and talking about the verses that talk about war and lack of tolerance. So if you know how to work with a dialogue and you know its limitation, but also its advantages, you can use it as another tool, and again, not the only tool, but another tool to help in conflict resolution, especially in areas where religion takes such an important part of the identity of the people.
Thank you very much. So last speaker, please.
I can only fully agree with what you pointed out. A colleague of mine, Grit Klinkhammer, she once called interreligious dialogue in religious studies terms a boundary management. That happens when people are invited into dialogue forums and then you have one Muslim, one Jew, one Christian, and they should represent their entire religion in 10 minutes, which is impossible. Therefore, we need safe space and a long time. And these two things are only manageable in grassroots communities, and they sometimes lack the money to do that. So the solution of many of these grassroots communities, and we have heard that here, that some people know each other for a very long time, is friendship. If you have friendship, it can prolong. You can take up a topic which you had dropped because it's a too hot potato, and you can start and deepen it. And then the boundary control becomes a membrane where you can share your problems and share your critics. But you would not do that in an open space. When you represent your own religion in a public forum, you're very hesitant to share the problems of your own community. That you can do in a friendship shared environment. So for me, the very question in how dialogue can contribute to peace is how to create this third space, as Homi Bhabha would call it, the safe space where people can meet and share due to the respect to each other. So there, religious freedoms and the responsibility of organizations, stakeholders, and nations come in. I think they should provide these spaces, but also they have to work internationally together. We hear that it's very needed sometimes to get out of the problem, to go somewhere else, to have a completely different environment, and in that fresh environment to share. That needs time. Sometimes also art can play a big role. Music or visiting or even doing pilgrimages together, spiritual activities can foster the friendships on a deeper level. But then at one day, the honesty has to come in, and it's a big art to bring it in a way where people really can share. Usually, there are different types of dialogue. Some people join interfaith movements because they want to deepen their spirituality and widen their spiritual horizon. Others, they want to integrate their minority community into the majority society where they live in. And the third ones, they want to harmonize their history and reconcile with the past they had in their own, for example, group or community. Now, if you have the same dialogue project, you can put all 3 or 4, 5, 6 types of dialogue together. In research, we found 6 different types of dialogue. If you put them together, they will not necessarily have the same benefit out of it. The people who want a spiritual deepening, they will not very feel comfortable if the dialogue goes merely about integration or political issues and vice versa. So if we train people to do dialogue projects, we usually let them test the project before they started and asking them what types of dialogue people you want to reach, what you will exactly want to target when you do. But then there is a second test which we usually ask our students to do before they start their little grassroots project. And it's a very famous one. Peter Lederach, peace and conflict resolution scholar, he constructed the pyramid of peacekeeping with different levels and 2 sides. So you have 6 sectors. And we usually ask people, when you do your project, which people of which sectors will be reached, which can come, who cannot afford it, and who did you even not invite? If you find out that your project only targets 2 of 6 spaces, you cannot think that it will work in a long-lasting run. So by understanding that you need to tackle the entire society, you maybe need more projects and divert your power of grassroots work, which is very complicated, but I think there is no other way to do it. So this kind of forums here are one way, and the other one is grassroots and third spaces, and the third one would be the academia to reflect it.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for respecting time constraints. So my last question will be about, you know, all conflicts eventually end, but oftentimes, too often, the peace or conditions of peace are just laying ground for the next conflict. So my last question will be how interfaith dialogue can play a role in post-conflict situation in order to help building a long-lasting and fair peace. And I will ask you to answer in 4 minutes, so to be even shorter if we want to have some room for discussion after that. Thank you.
So I remember in 2004, we held the first meeting for all the fighting people who fought in former Yugoslavia. And we brought all of them in one room. And we were happy that we can bring them in one room and they can talk about the problem. And, but we were missing something. And when I took a taxi and I talked with the taxi driver, he taught me what we were missing. He said, it's none about this. It's not about interpretation. It's none about this. And he said, the only thing that terrifies me until today is that I had my neighbor who was a Serb. We used to be neighbors. We used to be friends. My kids were raised in his house. His kids were raised in my house. Until now, I don't understand how it comes that one morning he was standing at my door in a uniform, carrying a Kalashnikov, asking us to leave the house and threatening us that if we don't leave, he will rape my wife. And this I could not overcome. I will never overcome. And so I realized that after a long conflict, what's missing is not about dialogue, it's not about understanding. It's about something deeper. It's about trusting the person who will be your neighbor, who will share your life. I think this will take a long time. There is no magic solution. You need to prepare people. Maybe you need to wait for next generation. And mostly, we will do two things. That's in my opinion. One of them is a management of crises. We develop a dynamic to manage any crisis when it happens because several of them are expected to happen. The other thing is that we understand that we will keep our differences and we will not overcome them. We will acknowledge them. But what we will work on is to develop trust and understanding that with these differences, without removing them, how can we still live together? Because of the time, I will make it very short, and I want to talk about myself, not about experience, but about myself as a Muslim. I would say that I learned in Islam that there are two kinds of truth. The ultimate absolute truth, and this is unreachable. And what we deal with every day is legal truth. What could be practical now? I learned in Islam that one day, the Prophet ﷺ, he was asked, he was prohibited and prevented to do simple pilgrimage. He was asked to return back, not to enter Mecca, the most holy place. And he accepted this, to create peace and not to create war, that he can postpone it. He can next year visit Mecca for only 3 days. That's a very short visa. And then he goes back to Medina. He accepted all of this to create peace. But what's amazing and what requires us to reflect on this is that this is the same time when the Quran was revealed to him and Allah, that's God, promising him that he will enter Mecca victorious. Now here Muhammad realized that Allah promised, that's Allah's work. But Muhammad, as a political leader, he will sign a peace treaty and go back to Medina to create peace. And I always tell my Muslim friends is that maybe you need to look back into your trust in Allah and His justice and accept peace and then realize that this entire world is really governed by him. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's after every crisis, people need to look at themselves and to try to forget it. You know, there is some people, they need medicine when they're sick. There is some people, they need just to think they don't have any sickness, so they will cure themselves. So I think people need to understand today is today, yesterday is yesterday, and tomorrow is tomorrow. So we have today to use it for better tomorrow. And we need to go forward from any crisis and to keep carrying hope for a better future. In every crisis, we need just to come with a shower of hope. People need to learn how to have a hope for a better life and after every crisis. And one of the things it will help, there is other people, they've been through difficulty. We need to bring some examples from them. I went to Central Africa during their first period of the genocide happening there and the crisis between Muslims and Christians. I went when they're still fighting. And that time they created a platform for a priest and pastor and imam. They call it the platform. And we start supporting that platform. We brought the Prime Minister of Central Africa, Mohamed Gamo, with the leaders of the platform to Abu Dhabi. And we had them to agree to continue working to try to help those that have been suffered. We support a school in Bangui. And then I still connect with the mayor of what they call it, Picassing, the Central Africans, comme nous, parler en français. So Picassing, it's like the Area 5. So the most thing stopped me during my visit to Bangui, that you will go visit some sick people or meet them. They're in pain, but they still, when you enter to their room, they smile. And they lost their family, but they're still smiling. So I think we always should remember there is a campaign to do, and there is obligation as a human family. But I will go back to one point I heard during the conversation, that to have a dialogue with extremism. Be careful. Don't give him legitimacy. I'm coming from that experience. They sometimes just use you. If you're gonna have a dialogue with any extremist group, put a lot of conditions, and they're to be through the government. Any dialogue with the extremists that they really speak using hatred speeches in a society, you need to show them they're not welcome. And that's to protect the rest of the society. Thank you so much.
So, I don't know, the concept of post-conflict is hard for me because I was born into the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and I lived there in this situation, and I don't know exactly when do you define the conflict is over. Is there someone standing on a stage and say, well, now the conflict is over? I think the conflict is there, even if it's not violent or use military weapon, but it will be there, as Muhammad said. Even after kind of resolution were achieved, but still the conflict is there and it's very present. And therefore, I would like to share with you a tool that we use in the Rossing Center in our programs. We already use it now, and I think it can be very, very helpful in discussing the conflict in the following day, in the post-conflict, whenever and whatever it means. Beyond recognizing the identity, the religious and national identity of the participant, and recognizing that everyone should hold to his narrative, religious narrative and national narrative, But we develop a method, a tool that comes from the spiritual consulting world that talks about mindful listening. And that means that when I listen to someone who talks about the conflict, either during or post the conflict, I have to find a way to listen to him without being busy all the time and thinking all the time about how I come good, I'm coming well from this description. To be able to listen without justifying myself while I'm listening to him, without correcting him while I'm listening. Now, I don't have to correct him when I face him and say, no, what you're saying is wrong, but just in my mind, I keep saying, oh, what he says, it's not true. His narrative is incorrect. Or finding a way to justify my narrative against his. Try to listen without being judgmental about the way he described his narrative. And be aware that when you listen, sometimes you react or not react, and it's also kind of a statement. This kind of listening that you always try to justify yourself or to correct him or to be judgmental, that doesn't allow you really to listen, because you're always trying to hear in your mind, you're kind of interpreting what he says and try to contradict his narrative. If you're aware of the way you listen to the other and try to avoid justification, right or wrong, being judgmental, but you just listen, that opens the way for empathy, remove cynicism and criticism, and develop care, empathy, and later on, maybe more close relationship in a way that would not threaten the identities or the narratives, but that would allow the two parts, the two groups to be together and to communicate. So it's not something we have to, it's not a tool we have to wait for the end of the conflict for that, but we can already practice that while we're listening to the other, while we're listening to the other's narrative and description. What does it cause us? What it makes us do in our mind when we listen? And can we put this all aside and just listen to him without feeling the need to correct him or to justify my side? And as I said, it's right to do it now during the conflict, but it's also very helpful in the post-conflict situation.
Thank you, perfect timing. So our last speaker, Martina.
First point here, thank you, is a healing dialogue. So you just basically explained what we do, and I find it very interesting. I want to add one example which comes maybe from the German background. What we have is a sort of traumatization of a generation which is named the nation who caused the Holocaust and started it. And the generation then living there, especially children, they find it very hard to deal with that guilt in their history. And I want to share one very, very impressive case which we came across. It's a 14-year-old girl who heard in the school that in the city where she lived, there were many Jewish shops before now, and we know all the reason why there are now no Jewish shops anymore. So she found out that she lives in such a house on the first floor, and she also knew that there is a different shop down in the basement. But there was no sign, nothing in the city to kind of point to that. So this 14-year-old girl insisted the history teacher, the director of the school, the Lord Mayor of the small town, and she didn't stop until they would listen and would come to this house and put a piece of art which is called Stolperstein, a stumbling block with a name and the dates of the people who lived there before. Why do I share it? Because it was just the right feeling of a 14-year-old girl, and she was asked by the local press, do you think you're so naive that with this action you can change the world to peace? And she said, well, if many would think like me, maybe it would. And I liked it because she's 14, she can say that. But there's also some big truth in it, that the symbolical actions, they change maybe most her. She did something, but also changed the city, because a year later, there were 15 houses did the same thing. So some real process of a dialogue with the past started. Then 3 years later, they invited, the remaining families. They could target them and invited them into the town. That's small steps, and of course it doesn't take away any of the guilt which happened before. But maybe in after a conflict situation, not to forget that trauma and healing takes a long time, and we can only do so much. But that little much, even school children, and I'm very impressed by that example, that's why I share it, school children can do when they feel it's the right time. But they need the help of the wider society, and this is, I think, the responsibility we all have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have time for 1 or 2 questions. So if someone in the assistance wants to ask the first one. No? So do you want to ask questions to each other?
In Munich, we are building a house of religions, and that's why, of course, we are looking to Abu Dhabi and seeing how that goes. If building a house of religion would be a race, you would be the winner in times of speed, according to the comparison to European projects. But I know I'm honestly very interested, how did the start go, and how are you happy with it, with the acceptance in the society? How do the groups of the city react? That is really dear to my heart to learn from you.
Yeah, thank you for asking about, and I'm happy that you heard about it, because a lot of people heard about nice things and they never talk about it. So the Abrahamic Family House, it's a very unique, and we didn't build it in a religion session. We built it in a cultural session next to Louvre and Sheikh Zayed Museum. So why? Because we wanted it as an education space. So every Sunday, we had around 100 kids from across the community. Doesn't matter what their religion, because there is a synagogue, there is a church, and there is a mosque. But between them, there is a space, shared space, for everybody to be there. Has a very good coffee and has a lot of people there to attend. Of course, we pay a big price for every step we do. Rejected, and people hate us in Muslim world. We're doing something not unusual, but that's how we know, always doing the correct things that the society is not used to it. You need to be able to have a thick skin and to do the right things. And when people blame you for doing the right things, give them the time. They will recognize what you're doing is not wrong. So it might take you a while, but in Germany it will be more easy. So I was with my dad in Lindh with the president of Germany, and we have with him beautiful conversation. And I asked one guy who was working with him, his name Wolfgang. He's a very senior political in Germany. I'm sure after the Second War, he was already in elementary school. How you face when people generally like saying, oh, German, they're Nazis. So like us Muslims, we are extremists. So how you been able to, I'm learning from him. He said, yeah, I was 8 years old. I went to, or 10 years old, he went to a camp for a student in Scotland. So he said, at night when he was in a tent with 2 boys from UK, from England, he heard them saying, is this from Nazis or not? So he said he couldn't sleep the whole night. So next day he went to the person he's leading, and he said, they said about me something and I couldn't sleep last night. And he said, what they said? He said this. So they changed the program. They have all kids to sit down and they have a lecture. about what the common between them and what about the past, and explaining it as a political party. It's something else, it's not connected to them as a German or not. So it's the same, I learned from them a lot during that conversation. So when we started Abrahamic Family House, it was a big, big step. Until now, we don't have a lot of scholars agree for that house to exist, but we believe in it, and we don't find anything in our religion be against it, since it's not a new religion. It's not a religion called Abrahamic religion. It's a Abrahamic family house. So you need to divide and to be clear about this, because what they're saying, they say, oh, UAE, they have a new religion. No, it's not a new religion. It's a three religion, they have a space. Each one of them separate. So they pray not together, but they meet in the other space together. So what's wrong in that? But they're so sensitive from anything put this, religion together, and I think you should prepare yourself for some challenges. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will ask you.
And I'm inviting you to come to visit as soon as possible.
And I will ask you to give a last round of applause for our speakers. And we'll leave the floor to closing remarks. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, and thank you also, please applause for the chair, Clément from the Institute of International Relations. We came to the end of the conference. Before we end, I would like to announce a surprise, nice surprise, that we have here Vice Minister of Kazakhstan, Kamat Iskakov, and I would like to invite Greg Mitchell and His Excellency Vice Minister to sit here and to make short remarks for conclusion. And then I would like to thank to all of you that you came and took active part on this conference. And I will also, after there's two remarks, thank to all who helped to organize this event. So first, Greg Mitchell, and then His Excellency Vice Minister.
Thank you, Ambassador. Again, I just want to start just repeating thank you to Ambassador Robert Rehak for being the driving force behind this event. If everybody could give him a round of applause. And thanks to the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the International Institute, or the Institute of International Relations, Prague, for putting all this together. And thanks to our co-conveners, IRF Secretariat, Templeton Religion Trust, and Love Your Neighbor community. It's been a very successful day, very successful, meaningful program. I just want to kind of recap on what we heard today, some key practical takeaways as we prepare to go back home from this great event. But these are some of the things that I took note of, borrowing from the words of speakers from today. Like, we must move beyond words to plans and actions, and joint actions. We're talking about how we should be a collective that works together. These common themes from speakers about pulling together and working together, all of us prisoners of hope, seeking to build peace, a whole of society effort. These are the things that are needed. Building collaborative networks to do more and to do more effectively. Multi-religious cooperation and alliances. Collaboration between civil society and governments, top-down, bottom-up. Radical inclusiveness and key strategies. And then we heard about a lot of good programs that are working out there to bring people of all faiths and beliefs together. And again, build these collaborative networks and collaborative efforts. So looking ahead at the future, I just want to close with, what can we do from here? Again, pulling together and working together. I just wanted to let you know there are collaborative efforts underway. I mean, there's already a lot of collaborative efforts being done around the world, but can we pull people together? You know, all these people doing good work around the world. From our side, Templeton Religion Trust, Earth Secretariat, and Link, we're building collaborative efforts. First, we're going to be hosting a series of events. We started in Berlin last month. This is our second one this year, building on the Prague model that we developed a year ago, right here in this building at the Ministerial in 2023. But we're going to be doing a series of events over the next 15 months or so, all around the world. We're going to be using those events to catalyze multi-faith actions and the building of multi-faith infrastructure. Not only multi-faith, but infrastructure for really multi-civilizational, multicultural, and multi-sector co-creation and actions. And that infrastructure will be centered around regional centers. You know, using the events to catalyze the establishment of regional centers where we can all pull together, and all the programs that we've heard about today and more, best practice programs like religious freedom roundtables, cross-cultural religious literacy, FoRB education programs, economic empowerment programs, all promoted through these regional centers, and developing regional strategies and regional funding partnerships that could be attached to those regional centers and provide the energy for execution of the regional specific strategies. And each strategy would be specific to the region or sub-region. But really then it's all about execution of these best practice programs, with all of us, people of all faiths and beliefs working together. That's a vision for the future that we're helping to build. And I know we're not the only ones working on this, but we invite everybody here to join with us. So I'd love to talk to anybody here we're approaching, my team too, we're approaching people here, and we want to invite everyone to partner as much as possible as we go home from Prague, and maybe we can work with Ambassador Rehak and Carolina to follow up with everybody so that we're networking even after we leave Prague tomorrow, so that we can build more collaborative networks and more collaborative efforts. And again, I just want to thank everyone. It's been a very successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have a speech, but I promise I will try to brief. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation, the opportunity to discuss current issues in the religion, relationship, and interfaith dialogues. Indeed, Islamophobia is a very relevant topic today, and I believe that we whole world should fight this problem, and we really support tolerance of policy. Islamophobia manifests itself in the form of stereotypes and preconceived notions about Muslims, which associate with global political and social process. Therefore, it's very important to clearly distinguish peaceful religions from destructive and destroyed action regardless of religion. As for my country, I tell you that all faiths have ample opportunities to satisfy their spiritual needs. Today, representatives of about 4,000 religious associations, representative 18 faiths live peaceful in my country. 4,000 religion associations. Kazakhstan attaches great importance to interfaith harmony. Today we have achieved good result in tolerance and religious freedom. Our model of interfaith harmony is recognized in the world, and we are gladly ready to cooperate in this direction with all our friends. The Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions held in our country is an example for the international community in establishing interconfessional and interreligious dialogue. The Congress is a unique platform for trusting dialogue between all faith for peace and common safety future. Each Congress contribute to the strengthening of ties between representatives of different religions and confession, lay the foundation for the steady growth of trust and mutual respect between religious associations. I am confident that outcome on the event will further affirm our commitment to fighting Islamophobia and radical ideology. In conclusion, I would like to thank Your Excellency, Mr. Rehak, Mr. Cusack, and of course, my friend, really, Mr. Greg Mitchell. For the organization, this is very important events, and I appreciate you all speakers for your opinion, for your view. Is very important for me and my team. I would like to invite all of you in Kazakhstan so that you can closely recognize our achievement in the tolerance and intercultural dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I ask AI to make a joke for the end of the Interfaith and Interculture Dialogue Conference. I read you the joke from the AI. Well, the Interculture and Interfaith Dialogue Conference is officially over. I guess it's time for everyone to go back to their corners. And by corners, I mean their culture diverse, interfaith-approved safe spaces. No. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored and pleased that you came. And please don't go back and don't close yourself back in your safe spaces. Take something from Prague's heritage from the openness, dialogue, understanding, tolerance, and common goal to fight all kinds of hatreds and try to restore peace. Please take it with you home and try not to do it as a one-time event, but to continue. The world is broken into pieces, and our task is to repair it, tikkun olam, or put it together, try to hold it, because the situation is not easy. And with such a conferences and friendship, how it was mentioned here, we have the chance for the repair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all those people who actually helped us to convene here, from the Institute of International Relations Prague to Mr. Jiří Mach, Ivana Piroháčová, Anastasia Vařeková, Johana Ryšavá, interns, very important interns from the Institute, Klema, from the IRF Secretariat, Greg Mitchell, Nadine Manza, Sharon, Kaylin Fisher, Eleanor Root, from the Templeton Religion Trust. I would like to thanks to Chris Stewart and Iqbal Akhtar, and love your neighbor community, Wade Kusak, Disciple Dennis Hoover, who has a birthday today. Who is Dennis? I'm sure that Dennis will invite you for his birthday cake, so approach him after the conference. And from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I would like to thank Karolina Francisci, and also from the Prague team, Pavel Bargar, and also all the people who took care about the catering and regie and our filmers. Thank you very much for coming. Thank all of you. And enjoy rest of your time here in Prague. If you would be interested, we prepared a tour for you to the city. We will meet 4:30 in front of the main entrance of the Černý Palais. Thank you again very much, and stay in touch and try to continue our work. Thank you very much.